Chapter 950. The comments on the live streaming platform were horribly distorted. If the two of them hadn't stopped, the comments would have been even more ridiculous. It's here. Lily slammed the table in excitement. It's here. Are they finally going to take a break? What happened to Yi Qingxin? She seems very tired. Did she suffer a serious injury during the battle just now? There aren't any wounds on her body. Yi Xuanyang looked at the flushed Yi Qingxin, who was panting heavily, and said in bewilderment, "The battle has already progressed to this point, and those who are left are the elites of the elites. There shouldn't be any problems in terms of stamina. What happened to Yi Qingxin? Why is she panting? Why is she so tired? What happened just now?" Yi Qingxin stabbed the giant sword into the ground and glared at Jiang Xiao from afar. Her gentle and adorable face was now filled with coldness, and the menacing, murderous intent in her dark eyes was a clear indication of her burning rage. Jiang Zhao's eyes were still tightly shut, and he placed his halberd on the ground. "You can only choose to throw Sound of Silence at your feet." Yi Qingxin's voice was extremely cold. "Is your cleansing tears just for show? Why are you so fierce? This buzzcut boy seems to have changed into a different person on the battlefield." Jiang Xiao said quietly, "I'm just providing an option." "Ah, it's out. The pause frame is out." Lily yelled and looked at the replay on the screen in front of him. He couldn't help but grimace and say, "Contestant Jiang Xiaopi is too despicable." Yi Xuanyang was dumbfounded. However, Lily didn't know that there was something wrong with her words and continued to report. Every time the sword and halberd collided, the halo of nostalgia on Jiang Xiaopi's body would disappear. In that short span of a few seconds, their weapons had clashed dozens of times. Let's not talk about stamina. Let's talk about star power. During the dozens of clashes just now, the two of them were constantly flickering. The quality of the space-time gap is very high, and the total amount of star power consumed is huge. If they don't have star pets to provide them with star power, they definitely won't be able to withstand it. Let's get back to stamina. Jiang Xiaopi is probably going to drain Yi Qingxin's stamina with the halo of nostalgia. Yi Xuanyang said, "This is a special duel. The poison milk disciple seems to be restrained in all aspects. Her Starfall series of star techniques can't land on her at all in the face of Shrimpy's blessing. Besides, she doesn't have a star technique that can deprive her opponent of star power and stamina. Lily, yes. She has the countercurrent light, but it's hard for her to connect to Shrimpy's body." Yi Qingxin is down. On the green field, Yi Qingxin's chest was heaving violently. She was down on one knee. She had already noticed that Jiang Zhao's nostalgia was absorbing her physical strength and astral powers. She had already begun mobilizing the astral powers of her astral pets. She had already discovered that she was being nibbled away bit by bit, like a frog being boiled in warm water, waiting for the day of her death. She had long wanted to change this way of fighting, but she could not shake off Jiang Xiao at all. Under normal circumstances, she, who possessed the space-time rift, would be the one who would endlessly chase after others and kill them. However, when facing Jiang Xiao, Yi Qingxin seemed to be haunted by a ferocious ghost that he could not shake off no matter what. Yi Qingxin was so enraged that the Shadow Master in the corner shattered. She hollered furiously, "I need a real battle." Jiang Xiao closed his eyes and said slowly, "I've given you 78 chances to engage in close combat, but you want more." Yi Qingxin seemed to be a completely different person from the way she was on the field. She squeezed the words out her mouth and said, "I want a real battle." You want. I'm afraid I've spoiled you too much. What will happen to my dignity as a master in the future?" Jiang Xiao raised his head, and another type of rainwater gushed out from the cleansing tears and domain tears. Tears of sorrow. The nostalgia halo lit up unscrupulously under Jiang Zhao's feet. Yi Qingxin widened her eyes in anger and hit her head with an illusory golden rod. However, the shadow of the rod was too illusory. It was flickering and did not seem to have any real effect. Jiang Xiao could tell that her star power was almost depleted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one knew why Yi Qingshun did not choose to fight to the death. However, Yi Qingshun was the only one who knew that at this moment, she was already relying on her willpower to support her body. Yi Qingshun's eyes, which were filled with anger, gradually lost their luster, and she seemed to be in a daze. She loosened her grip, and her half-kneeling body slowly fell to the ground. With a plop, she fell onto the green grass and splashed water everywhere. Jiang Shao finally opened his eyes, and his figure flickered as he cut off the star technique, Tear Rain. Ring, 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 Jiang Shao appeared beside Yi Qingshun, and the flickering medical light shuttled back and forth between the two of them. Jiang Shao bent down and tapped Yi Qingshun's buzz-cut hair with his finger. In the future, if you don't listen to me at all, think about what you're feeling now. Yi Qingshun lay on the ground with her face buried in the wet grass and one hand pinching the grass weakly. With the help of Belle, Yi Qingshun managed to calm down, but she was still on the brink of death. After all, Belle could only heal her wounds and restore her mental state, but it could not restore her physical strength. Jiang Shao seemed to have heard her soft voice in the grass. He couldn't help but lean over and move his ear closer. However, he heard Yi Qingshun mumbling, "Damn it, Pippi." Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao immediately wanted to use Tear Rain again to water her for a while. After thinking about it for a long time, he decided to forget it. After all, she's my disciple, and I've already punished her. I still have to hurt her. Jiang Shao raised his hand and waved at the referee before pointing at Yi Qingshun, who was lying motionless on the ground. The referee scurried over, and after confirming it again and again, he blew the whistle too. We've won. 2 years later, Jiang Xiaopi has once again made it to the finals of the World Cup and won the individual competition. He successfully defended his title. Lily exclaimed excitedly. Yi Xuanyang also exclaimed excitedly. Although the truth is right in front of us, it's still unbelievable. Too much history has been made in this World Cup. Yi Xuanyang raised her voice and exclaimed, "In the history of the World Cup, the first person to win the championship consecutively has appeared. He's from China, and he's a medical assistant. His name is Jiang Xiaopi." Lili exclaimed, "Everyone is looking forward to this showdown between the pinnacle of human skills." However, who would have thought that Jiang Xiaopi would actually exhaust his opponent to death on the stage of the finals? Yi Xuanyang was speechless. Regardless of whether the netizens were dumbfounded or not, the outcome had already been determined. A large number of congratulatory bullet screen comments were also posted. "Oh, you're the champion. Pippi knocking the back of Yi Qingshun's head is so doting. I want to be a star warrior too. I also want to have a taste of her star power and stamina." Is that equivalent to a star warrior? You're just lusting after her body. You're shameless. On the green field, Jiang Shao threw a ray of countercurrent light that connected to Yi Qingshun's body and gave her some star power and stamina. He then quickly cut off the connection. Yi Qingshun finally regained some energy and slowly got up. She knelt on the ground, tilted her head, and spat a mouthful of grass to the side. Jiang Shao stood up and patted her buzz-cut hair. "Stand up and take a bow." Yi Qingshun covered her head and looked up at Jiang Shao, seemingly a little displeased. She also wanted a showdown between the pinnacle of human skills, but she was tormented by Jiang Shao, which made her feel terrible. However, the competition was already over, and her condition had returned to normal. She thought about how Jiang Shao had treated her like a scallion during the competition with the national team previously. This time, however, I'm so annoyed, Yi Qingshun didn't stand up at all. Instead, she knelt on the green field and looked up at Jiang Shao with resentment in her eyes. The scene was captured by countless cameras, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. The two of them were dressed almost exactly the same and really looked like two toxic healers. One of them had won, while the other had lost. One was happy, and the other was sad and silent. In the end, the staff went on stage and cleared the two of them out. They had to set up a temporary podium on the field. Jiang Shao had already experienced going on stage to receive the award in the individual competition once. 20 minutes later, Jiang Shao followed the national team's coaches and his teammates to the simple podium in the middle of the green field. There was a shiny golden trophy waiting for Jiang Shao. The host stood at the side of the podium with a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. He was still trying to stir up the atmosphere and announce loudly, 2019 Star Warriors World Cup Individual Competition, China number 1. The host dragged out his voice and said in a strange accent, Jiang, cut, bullsh asterisk T. However, there was no need for him to stir up the atmosphere at all. The venue that was already filled with red colors was already in an uproar. China, Huaxia. Waves of voices filled the air and lingered in the air. The enthusiasm of the crowd had indeed yet to fade away. Right in front of Jiang Shao, there was already a huge red flag that covered the sky and blocked the view of a large number of spectators. However, no one complained about it. They passed the huge red flag to the side. Jiang Shao looked at the fiery red stadium and couldn't help but grin. He took a step forward and picked up the heavy and golden Star Warrior trophy. Just like the previous edition, the trophy was engraved with a blurry figure holding up the earth with both hands. The various continents of the golden earth were carved delicately, and the undulating terrain depicted the hometown of each Star Warrior contestant. 2 years ago, Jiang Shao stood on the stage in a daze and was pushed up by his teammates behind him to raise the trophy. 2 years later, Jiang Shao walked up and turned around to look at his teammates from the national team. The people behind him had changed. Ho Mingming, Zhao Wenlong, Xie Yin, Eugene, Wu Xiaojing, Xian. They became Wu Haoyang, Lu Yang, Yiqing Chun, Ethereal, Zheng Xiao. The two batches of students did not look alike, but in Jiang Zhao's eyes, they seemed to be exactly the same. It was because the expressions, aura, and age of the people behind him had not changed. They were still a group of young, high-spirited, and proud faces. Where would they be in 2 years? Bang! Bang! While he was in a daze, the saluting cannons on both sides of the podium roared, and golden confetti rushed out and poured down. Under the urging of the people behind him, Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the huge red flag that was still tumbling in the audience. Jiang Shao remembered. 2 years ago, at this moment, he was like an aggrieved child who held the trophy high and questioned the world in his heart. If you really know what I've been through. 2 years later, he no longer had such thoughts. He simply turned around and yelled for everyone to surround him and raise the trophy together. Countless hands held up the Star Warrior trophy and touched the golden earth. They formed a circle and raised the Star Warrior World Cup high up. Jiang Shao only hoped that this batch of teammates would be able to find their own homes in the future. Just like his teammates who had gone their separate ways in the previous edition, regardless of whether they would meet again in the future, he hoped that this period of struggle would become a story that would go well with wine in their future lives. Chapter 9:51. Obtained victory in the competition. Skill points plus 100. Won the 2019 World Cup Individual Competition. Skill points plus 1,000. Won the World Cup Individual Competition in a row. Successfully defended the title. Skill points plus 3,000. Oh, the information from the internal star map made Jiang Shao slightly stunned. He deserved the first 2 skill points, but the last one, there's a successfully defended the title. Ah, if I had known, I would have participated in the team competition in the previous edition. Jiang Shao was filled with regret. Of course, it was just a beautiful wish. In the previous edition, Jiang Shao had fought his way through the doubts and difficulties to qualify for the individual competition, let alone participate in the double competition. That was not allowed in China. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao had achieved results, he was given a special exception. Jiang Shao was considered a pioneer. Students were only allowed to participate in the World Cup twice. Regardless of whether they stayed back or not, they would no longer be eligible to participate. That had nothing to do with China. It was a rule set by the organizers of the World Cup that could not be broken. Besides, that was the background of Earth at this moment. If nothing went wrong, this edition might really be the Doomsday World Cup. Carrying the skill points that he had obtained, Jiang Shao happily grabbed the small square box from the middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. Jiang Shao automatically ignored the beautiful lady and opened a small square box, only to see 3 black star beads. The color of the star beads was rare, and Jiang Shao felt a sense of déjà vu. The prize of the World Cup was, of course, the most precious spatial star bead. In that case, Jiang Shao reached out to touch the star bead, and the corresponding information appeared in the internal star map. Dark sky star bead, platinum quality, star technique. 1. Dark sky confinement. Confines an area in which the use of all spatial star techniques is prohibited. Activating and maintaining the dark sky area requires a large amount of star power. Platinum quality. 2. Dark sky instantaneous defense. Consumes a large amount of star power to expand a large space shield and teleport a specific target inside to a specific location. The space shield has strong defensive power. Platinum quality. Indeed, Jiang Shao remembered that Han Jiangxue managed to break through a small realm of star power by absorbing the star bead at home in Beijing. Han Jiangxue didn't manage to absorb the dark space shackle previously. Would she be able to this time? All space-related star techniques were prohibited. That was very similar to the star techniques of Imprisoned Dragon. Should I give it to Han Jiangxue? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao took photos with the various big shots, teammates, and coaches. After celebrating for a long time, they finally brought their star beads and trophies to the press conference with Gongjiren. The final champions interview will not be held in China alone. It will be held in a small auditorium in the stadium. Jiang Shao was familiar with the process. When he entered the small auditorium, he saw that the reporters from various countries had crowded the place. Amidst the applause and cheers, Jiang Shao walked onto the stage and placed the Star Warrior trophy on the table. He then scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Jiang Shao was almost blinded by the flashing lights. 10 questions, the team member said. Although many people raised their hands, the staff still chose reporter He Huan from China. Beaming with joy, He Huan stood up and said quickly, "Congratulations, Jiang Xiaopi. You've won the Star Warrior World Cup in a row. It could be said that no one had ever done this before, and no one would be able to do it in the future. As a Chinese, I'm really proud of you. How are you feeling right now? Do you have any plans for the future after this World Cup?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "I'm in a good mood. As for my future plans," Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "I'll go back to Beijing and take part in the makeup examination for the Year 3 final exam. I'll try not to fail and end up having to repeat a year in Beijing." Yuan was speechless. "Great. Toxic healer. That's a good job, isn't it? Is it the same as 2 years ago?" After the interview, Jiang Shao walked back to his locker room with the World Cup trophy in his arms. Along the way, there were people congratulating him, and Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly in response. However, Jiang Shao stood in front of the locker room and felt that something was amiss. Why is it so quiet inside? There was a bunch of reporters carrying cameras outside the door, and they were determined to follow Jiang Shao to the end. Feeling rather helpless, Jiang Shao opened the door, only to feel silence. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. In front of him was a group of teammates and coaches who were laughing and chatting. At the next moment, Jiang Shao felt himself being hugged. The person was tall and strong, and Jiang Shao could tell from the soft sensation coming from his back that the person behind him should be a girl. There isn't such a tall girl in the national team. This is Jiang Shao turned around and looked up, only to discover that Wu Yao was smiling mischievously. However, the two of them were in the domain of silence, so neither of them could say anything or use any star techniques. Whoosh! A ray of blessing landed just 2 steps in front of Jiang Shao. Jiang Zhao's eyes froze. Light, dust. This girl is really going to rebel. Not only did she silence me, she even wants to give me a blessing. Wu Yao wrapped his arms around Jiang Zhao's body and restrained him tightly. He then lifted Jiang Shao up and walked towards the pillar of blessing. Jiang Shao panicked and struggled frantically. However, he couldn't use any star techniques in the domain of silence. In terms of pure strength, Jiang Shao was no match for Wu Yao at all. Oh my, this shield warrior is probably in the galaxy stage, isn't she? Of course, even if she was still at the peak of the galaxy stage, Jiang Shao reckoned that he probably wouldn't be able to break free. Jiang Shao opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound at all. His arms were tightly held by Wu Yao, and his legs were flailing around, but it was useless. Since I can't resist, I'll enjoy it. Jiang Shao struggled hard, but in the end, he was still carried into the range of the Pillar of Blessing by Wu Yao. The abominable I Ching Shun has never stopped giving blessings. Jiang Shao felt a little dizzy, and the wonderful feeling dragged him into a beautiful dream. Holy light betrayal. No, my disciple betrayed me. Plop. Jiang Shao fell to the ground. He felt as if he was lying in a soft cotton candy. It was so comfortable. Oh, ha ha ha. Laughter filled the large locker room. The domain of silence had confined the area at the entrance, but it wasn't inside. When Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses, he realized that he was being shot by champagne and the room was already in a mess. Jiang Shao was also happy to join in the celebration. I Ching Shun no longer cast the domain of silence, and Jiang Shao did not teleport away either. He rolled and crawled, not at all behaving like a champion at all. He quickly moved towards the corner, only to be attacked by Wu Yao, who was shaking the champagne in his hand. Jiang Shao felt bitter and thought, why did I have to invite such a thing? Wu Yao seemed to be the one who rushed to the front during the previous championship. Who else was the vanguard from the previous championship? Oh yes, Xia Yan. Fortunately, Xia Yan was in Muhe Market, preparing for the competition tomorrow. Otherwise, the locker room would be even more chaotic. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Shao finally grabbed I Ching Shun and placed him in front of him while hiding in the corner. Amidst the jubilant celebration, a precious video and a precious photo were left behind. After celebrating for a long time, they finally dispersed. Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground. In front, the leader, Gong Jiren, walked over with a smile and handed the Star Warrior World Cup trophy to Jiang Shao. Take it, champion. Don't just throw it away next time. There's so many reporters around. We won't even know who took it and ran away. Jiang Shao grinned and grabbed the Star Warrior World Cup trophy that had fallen to the ground when he was being blessed previously. Judging from a smile on the leader's face, Jiang Shao reckoned that Gong Jiren had probably approved of the conspiracy. Jiang Shao grabbed the trophy and sniffed it with his nose. Yes, this trophy is too meaningful. After I get it back, I can lick it whenever I'm craving for alcohol. I Ching Shun walked over, squatted down, and said carefully, Let me help you wash it up. Jiang Shao glanced at I Ching Shun angrily and said, You're throwing a bomb at me. You're silent, and you're giving me blessings. You're rebelling. I Ching Shun, on the other hand, felt wronged. She pouted and stroked her wet, buzz-cut hair. How else am I supposed to control you? How am I supposed to celebrate? Wu Yao walked over and handed Jiang Shao a bottle of champagne. Jiang Shao sat on the ground and leaned against the locker with the Star Warrior World Cup in his left hand and the champagne in his right. He did say that he wanted to brag to Wu Yao, and there was no need for him to go back on his words. To his surprise, Wu Yao changed the rules and said, Drink it in one go and pour the rest on your head. Jiang Shao asked, Ding. Wu Yao held the champagne bottle and gently clinked it against the bottle in Jiang Zhao's hand. He then turned around and leaned against the locker before sitting down beside Jiang Shao. Hurrah! Jiang Shao was speechless. Wu Yao tilted his head back and gulped it down. Jiang Shao picked up the bottle of champagne and poured it on his head. Puffed. Wu Yao saw what Jiang Shao was doing from the corner of her eye and immediately spat out a mouthful of champagne. You ahem, what are you doing? While pouring the champagne on his head, Jiang Shao shook his head and splashed the champagne on Wu Yao's body. I'm already drenched. Wu Yao hurriedly stopped him and snatched the bottle of champagne away. There was still half a bottle of champagne left. She said, Don't play tricks with me. Drink it. Okay. Jiang Shao licked his lips and looked at the remaining half of the bottle before gulping it down. Yes, Jiang Shao understood something. Champagne was meant to be poured. If he were to drink it, Snowflake would be the best. There would always be an end to celebrations, and there would always be a time apart. Wu Yao was drenched all over and did not tidy herself up. She placed one hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and slowly stood up. I'm honored to witness this historic moment. I'm leaving. As she spoke, she walked out, reeking of alcohol. Jiang Zhao looked at the tall figure and asked, "Will I be able to see you again?" Wu Yao did not turn around and simply waved her hand. She was very suave. Jiang Zhao was indeed not used to such a scene of parting. Under normal circumstances, most of the separations in life were just ordinary farewells without any sense of ceremony. In this case, it should be a serious one. If nothing went wrong, Jiang Zhao should not be able to see this world-traveling shield warrior again. Jiang Zhao said again, "I'm serious." Wu Yao stopped at the door and turned around to look at Jiang Zhao, who was sitting in front of the locker. "I'm going to watch the team competition tomorrow." Oh, a smile appeared on Jiang Zhao's face, and he urged, "Go on then. Hurry up and go. Don't look back." Humph. Wu Yao glanced at Jiang Zhao and disappeared at the door while reeking of alcohol. That afternoon, Jiang Zhao, who was on the plane to Mohe Market, browsed Weibo and saw the news about him winning the championship. Jiang Zhao found 2 pictures, one of which was a group photo of the entire team holding the trophy on the stage, while the other was a celebratory photo of a bunch of people dancing in the locker room, while champagne was splashing everywhere. After thinking about it, he sent a simple forward Weibo post. Jiang Zhao Pai, just posted from Huawei P10 Plus. Continue tomorrow. Picture. The netizens who were waiting for Jiang Zhao's Weibo post were at a loss for words when they saw it. Pai Shun, may I ask, how can I be as pretentious as you? Whose damned kid is this? Did he drink too much? Does he want to win the championship every day and celebrate every day? Huh? Is this Jiang Xiaopi? Sorry to disturb you. When you won the championship last time, you said that you wanted to return to the Capital Star Warriors to take the makeup examination. This time, you still have to go back and take the makeup examination. I just want to ask, what kind of institution is Capital Star Warriors? Is it a special examination? Capital Star Warriors, Nebula, Pai Bao, Mommy loves you. Jiang Zhao's fingers froze and his face stiffened. What's going on? Fang Xingyun is pregnant for 6 months. Is she overflowing with maternal love? I'm not only the matchmaker, but also the best man. How did I become the son? China, capital city, Mid-Mountain Maple Forest District. Fang Xingyun was holding her big belly and blushing. As soon as she left the message, she felt that it was inappropriate and hurriedly tried to delete it. Hai Tianqing immediately stopped her. Don't delete it. Hai Tianqing whipped out his mobile phone and tapped on the screen. Hai Tianqing said, "Pai Bao, Daddy loves you too." Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. "I treat you like a brother, but you want to be my father?" Jiang Zhao was so infuriated that he kept tapping on the screen. The assistant got a great shock, wondering why the defending champion was so furious. Jiang Zhao did not reply to the message and instead sent a private message to Hai Tianqing. I finally understood today why I chose the Heavenly Halberd, even though there are thousands of ancient weapons in China. Wait for me. I know where your house is. When I return to Beijing this time, Jiang Fengxian will definitely visit you. Fang Xingyun looked curiously at Hai Tianqing, who had a stiff expression on his face, and said, "He sent you a message? What did he say?" Hai Tianqing was a little flustered and hurriedly deleted the private message. Nothing. Hai Tianqing then leaned over and placed his ear on Fang Xingyun's bulging belly to listen to the sounds inside. Fang Xingyun also pressed one hand on the side of her belly and said softly with a smile, as if she was talking to the child in her belly, Pai, we'll meet in a few months." Chapter 952, July 29th, Muhe City, Allianz Stadium. In the locker room, the Capital Star Warriors quartet was watching the battle between the Shield and Hammer Corps of the country of Will and the Blizzard Corps of the Fen Nation. However, due to the snowstorm, the cameras did not manage to capture much footage. The heavy snow covered the entire arena and also obscured people's vision. Xia Yin rested her chin on one hand and looked at the screen that was filled with snowflakes in boredom. She seemed to be thinking about something. All of a sudden, she said, "Hey, Xiaopi, Jiang Shao lowered his head and played with his mobile phone while arguing with his anti-fans. Without even looking up, he answered, "Yeah." With a face full of fantasies, Xia Yin said, "Do you think the cavalry archers of Xia will lend us a few horses? Just like how you beat Hai Rigu? In this case, we can clash with them." When Jiang Shao heard the referee's whistle, he finally put down his mobile phone and looked at the snowflake TV. "They're archers. How can they possibly charge at you? Also, you're an infantryman. A horse will limit your speed and your greatsword skills." "Nonsense." Xia Yin pursed her lips and said, "My two-handed sword can be used immediately." Ah! Jiang Shao was slightly stunned, for Xia Yin's words were beyond his expectations. Could it be that I've been misinterpreting her? Jiang Shao asked in confusion. "Isn't this a two-handed sword from China?" Xia Yin waved her hand impatiently and asked, "What are you basing your judgment on?" Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "There isn't a crossguard on the hilt of your two-handed sword? Western two-handed swords all have a crossguard, right?" Xia Yin asked, "So, does my sword belong to China?" Jiang Shao retorted angrily, "Nonsense. You're Chinese, so I guess that this is a Chinese sword." Xia Yin said, "I don't know if it's from the east or the west, but I'm telling you a fact. This weapon of mine can also be a horse weapon." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Ever since she advanced to the Starfall stage and was able to turn stars into martial arts, Big Sword had reviewed, consolidated, and systematically organized the great sword technique for her. At this moment, her words were extremely credible. After all, she had the star map to support her. Jiang Shao thought about it and asked, "Why? You want to fight them now? A cavalry charge?" Hearing this, Xia Yin nodded excitedly and said, "It's cool just thinking about it. Hey, when you just finished your match with Hai Rigu, my mind was full of you." Jiang Zhao's face stiffened, and he turned to look at Xia Yin. Xia Yin also seemed to have realized that her words were ambiguous. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Jiang Shao looking at her affectionately and saying softly, "I love you too." Xia Yin exclaimed, "Ah." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "What do you mean then? What do you want from me?" Xia Yin glared at Jiang Shao while Gu Shi and clicked his tongue in wonder because the crazy Xia Yin actually blushed. "Are you kidding me? Xia Yin? Blushing?" "TSK, TSK," Xia Yin said. "The feeling of you riding a halberd alone and facing a group of pitch-black flames horses is the real wallpaper." Jiang Shao ruthlessly shattered Xia Yin's fantasy and said, "There's something wrong with your timeline. When I was facing thousands of galloping horses, I was still an infantryman. Hai Rigu only gave me a mount later on." "Oh, that's cool," Xia Yin said with pursed lips. Jiang Shao scratched his head in distress and said, "What should we do, then? We don't have the star technique to summon horses, either. You're pretty, so why don't you communicate with the supermodel from Xia? See if they want to lend it to you." Xia Yin thought about it and didn't seem to think that it was feasible. She continued, "I have a lot of star slots. Do you want a horse?" Jiang Shao was immediately infuriated and thought, "Others treat every star slot as a treasure, yet you're doing it for the sake of looking cool? You have the Blade of Desperation, the Space-Time Gap, and even the Sea Devourer. What kind of horse can keep up with you? You're the king of infantrymen, yet you have to ride a horse." Jiang Shao was about to say something when Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "Compared to a horse, do you think riding a dragon is cooler?" All of a sudden, there was silence in the room. Xia Yin seemed to be thinking about it seriously. Jiang Shao was rather interested in Han Jiangxue's special method of persuasion. Usually, she would just berate him, but now, in less than 3 seconds, Jiang Shao understood Han Jiangxue's intentions. Not only did she pull Xia Yin back to the right path, but she also said it to Gu Shi. After Jiang Shao and Gu Shi had a heart-to-heart chat, he naturally told them about Gu Shi's decision. Han Jiangxue snapped her fingers and caught Jiang Zhao's attention, only to see her pointing at the bathroom in the distance. Jiang Shao looked upset and disappeared from the changing room in a flash. He then appeared in the bathroom and hid. He was indeed at odds with Han Jiangxue's Star Dragon. In the changing room, Han Jiangxue stood up and reached out with her hand. Whoosh, a starry sky dragon with deep, starry skin and starry eyes appeared. Its body, which was more than 3 meters long, wrapped around Han Jiangshui's ankle and spiraled upwards, swimming slowly. There were nebulae and galaxies on its skin that were rotating slowly. They were mysterious and beautiful, as if they were a combination of all the beautiful things that humans fantasized about. Gu Shiren was dumbfounded. Xia Yin licked her lips. She knew that it was just a cub, and it was said that it would grow to be 40 to 50 meters tall when it matured. If I ride a dragon. Han Jiangxue gently stroked the star dragon skin with one hand and allowed it to swim slowly. She said softly, "In the future, in battles of a higher level, dragons will provide you with more help than warhorses. They're stronger, and they're the star beasts that stand at the top of the food chain." SSS. The star dragon hissed softly with great pride, seemingly agreeing with Han Jiangshue's words. The dragon head that was flickering with stars circled behind Han Jiangxue and rubbed her face affectionately. Han Jiangshue's face was a little itchy, and she couldn't help but smile and rub her cheek. "You have to grow up quickly. Mommy is waiting to explore this world with you." SSS. No one paid attention to the word mommy. For the sake of safety, Jiang Shao would not appear at the same time as the star dragon for the past few months. Hence, he wasn't too sure about the progress of the relationship between Han Jiangxue and the star dragon. In fact, Jiang Shao didn't even know what kind of relationship Han Jiangxue had with the star dragon when she first absorbed it as her star pet. At this moment, Xia Yin was already daydreaming. As for Gu Shiren, he held his breath and widened his eyes, staring at the dreamy and mysterious creature in front of him. He couldn't snap back to his senses for a long time. Knock, knock, knock. As someone knocked on the door, Han Jiangxue raised her hand and smacked it on the star dragon's body, after which waves of rich star power surged into her body. Chief team leaders Wu Yiheng opened the door and frowned slightly. Sensing the rich star power in the locker room, he said, "Go on and warm up." Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Yes." Zhu Yiheng looked at them and frantically asked, "Where's Jiang Xiaopi?" Here, here. Don't worry." Jiang Shao walked out of the bathroom and urged everyone to quickly go on stage. Everyone followed the coaches and walked along the players' tunnel. Gu Shiren also clearly felt the changes in the relationship between the team. Ever since Jiang Shao tried to recruit him a few days ago, Han Jiangxue seemed to be more willing to reveal some hidden information to him. As everyone walked into the arena, they were greeted by loud cheers and cheers, which woke Gu Shiren up from his thoughts. It was the final match of the 2019 Star Warriors World Cup, the team competition finals. The month-long journey would come to an end today. Gu Shiren also knew that he wasn't in a position to say that he was tired. At least in this team, there was Jiang Shao, who had been running around all day and fighting on two fronts. He even accidentally encountered the most wanted criminal in the world, star conversion. In the end, Jiang Shao withstood the pain of running around and the mental fatigue. After a month of hard work, he once again reached the pinnacle. There was an old Chinese saying that went, "Birds fly far away with phoenixes." Gu Shiren was now flying very far away. He used to think that being a World Cup champion was the pinnacle of his entire Star Warrior career. To his surprise, Zhang Zhao's words on the way to the pinnacle raised his Star Warrior career, as well as the goal and height of his entire life. Being a World Cup champion was not the pinnacle, nor was it the end. It was just a chapter in a student's life, not his entire life. At this moment, Gu Shiren was looking forward to what would happen next, and where Jiang Shao would take him. However, no matter what, since they were comrades and brothers, Gu Shiren didn't think that Jiang Shao would lead him astray. In fact, Gu Shiren sincerely felt that this mischievous toxic healer was far more upright than ordinary people. While the four of them were warming up, Jiang Shao was also searching for familiar faces. He saw many of his teammates who were participating in the individual competition. They were sitting in the same area as his teammates who were participating in the team competition and were extremely conspicuous. Among the vast crowd, Jiang Shao also found the Shimar royal family who had said that they wanted to watch the finals. It couldn't be helped. Juliet, Sophia, and Prince Bino's auras were too outstanding, especially since they were seated in the front row among the ordinary spectators. Their Star Warrior aura, coupled with their outstanding appearance, made it easy for them to be discovered. Why aren't they hiding this time? Filled with doubts, Jiang Shao warmed up while waving at the familiar faces he found. However, Jiang Shao didn't find Wu Yao. After all, there were 75,000 people present. Hence, it was normal that he couldn't find him. Jiang Shao looked around the venue again and glanced at the first 3 rows, but he still didn't find Wu Dadan. Is she not sitting in the front row? Or did she not come at all? Was what I said yesterday just a white lie? Did I make the parting easier? Jiang Shao sighed and thought, it doesn't matter if I don't see her. I just hope that the next time I hear about her will not be on the news. After all, this world is too messy. Jiang Shao even hoped that he would never hear about her in the next few decades. In that case, there would at least be a chance that she would travel around the world and eventually return to the starry sky grassland to die quietly. Jiang Shao sighed and retracted his gaze, only to discover that Gu Shiren, who was warming up beside him, was equally emotional. Jiang Shao couldn't help but smile. What are you feeling emotional about? Did you see someone familiar? Gu Shiren shook his head and said, I thought this was the peak, but now I know that it's just the beginning. Jiang Shao glanced at Han Jiangxue, deep in thought. He reckoned that her actions had probably touched Gu Shiren greatly. Gu Shiren said, I'm receiving a guest. Jiang Shao asked, huh? Gu Shiren tilted his head and gestured to the opposite side of the arena. They're here to pay their respects again. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see the captain of the Haya team walking over. Jiang Shao stepped forward and shook hands with the captain of the Haya team. As the two of them communicated, Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and said, sure, sure. In the end, the captain of the Haya team bid farewell, and Jiang Shao suddenly said, I have an outrageous request. Captain Haya said, go ahead. Jiang Shao pointed at Xia Yin, who was behind him, and said, my girl wants to ride your horses. Captain Haya was speechless. Chapter 9:53. CCTV Television Station. CCTV Television Station. You're now watching the 2019 World Cup Finals. This is the Allianz Stadium in Muhe City, Country of Will. I'm the host, Fabi Yu. The female host said, I'm the host, Jing Xinyu. Fabi Yu's infectious voice drifted out as he continued. As the battle for the 3rd and 4th places comes to an end, we're about to usher in the battle for the championship. The battle is between the Star Warriors team of China and the Cavalry Archers of Xia. Jing Xinyu smiled and said, it's worth mentioning that in the individual competition yesterday, Zhang Xiaopi has already won the championship for China and won the championship trophy. Fabi Yu interjected excitedly. In the previous competition, Zhang Xiaopi was also invincible and finally won the championship trophy. After 2 years, the man known as the legendary support, the Terminator of the deities, and the 9-star toxic healer, is back. He won the individual competition again. Ha! Jing Xinyu's laughter was gentle, and her gentle voice seemed to be able to nourish one's heart. It was a perfect match for her partner's voice. This time, no one will call Zhang Xiaopi the Terminator of the deities again. Fabi Yu exclaimed, this time, there will no longer be a god in front of Zhang Xiaopi. No one will dare to call themselves a god again. Jing Xinyue was speechless. Jing Xinyue's mind kept up with Fabi Yu's rhythm, but she did not continue the conversation. Due to Jing Xinyue's negligence, Fabi Yu continued to shout, he's the champion of the World Cup and the champion of duels twice in a row. Zhang Xiaopi has completed a unique feat in history. This is the ultimate manifestation of dominance. Emperor Wu of Wei once said, if there's no solitude in the world, I wonder how many people will be called emperors and kings. Jing Xinyue got a great shock and hurriedly poked Fabi Yu's waist. She frantically changed the topic. In the previous World Cup, the two teams of China won the overall championship of the team competition and the individual competition. They were the Xiangnan Army and the Capital Star Warriors Jiang Xiaopi. This time, Jiang Xiaopi performed well and fulfilled everyone's expectations. The capital Star Warriors army also followed the footsteps of the Xiangnan Military Academy and became the champion of the team competition. Will it still be the same this time? Let us wait and see. The situation at the scene helped Phoebe you. She said, "Oh, everybody can hear it, right?" As Jiang Xiaopi stepped onto the stage, there was only one voice left in the arena that could accommodate 75,000 spectators. Jiang Xiaopi, Jiang Xiaopi, Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Xiao, who was warming up at the side of the green field, was slightly stunned. Perhaps the voice had spread from one area to another, and eventually it spread from one area to the entire field. In the previous edition, Jiang Xiao didn't have such an experience after winning the individual competition. After all, after winning, they would receive the award and then accept the interview. This time, he had just won the individual competition of the World Cup yesterday, and yet he appeared in the team competition today. Jiang Xiao was surprised to receive the cheers for the young minister who had won glory for the country. However, it was reasonable. The Capital Star Warriors students had been warming up for more than 10 minutes, and they had even finished talking to the captain of Haya. The audience was cheering and applauding nonstop. But at this point, no one knew who took the lead, but the noisy crowd and all kinds of cheers finally converged into a simple name. Han Jiangxue took a deep breath and looked around. She looked at the surging flames and the cheering crowd, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Even though she was about to win the championship, she didn't feel excited at all. However, the cheers, the atmosphere, the smiles, and the enthusiastic faces, there were a total of 75,000 people there, and more than half of them were Chinese. Can you feel the feeling of standing in the middle of the vortex and being hit by the sound waves? At this moment, everything around her disappeared, and it was as if there was only one voice left in the world. It was a kind of shock that she had never imagined before. Han Jiangxue thought that she had experienced enough life and death situations and was strong enough to face any situation. However, at this moment, she knew that she was wrong. What could really touch one's heart and affect one's emotions would never be the enemy's sword, but the smiling faces of one's own people, the enthusiastic cheers, and the expectant gazes. Give them some reaction, Jiang Xiao, Han Jiangxue said softly. They deserve it. Jiang Xiao raised his right fist high, but he lowered his head. His rationality told him that he should press bell in front of his chest, but his emotions stopped him from doing so. When was the most glorious moment in your life? Maybe it's now. Compared to raising the trophy on stage, Jiang Xiao preferred to raise his fist in the arena while countless people cheered for him. Wave after wave of voices converged here, like a tsunami or a tsunami. Under such an intense atmosphere, Xia Yan's eyes almost welled up with tears. Fortunately, I didn't slap him just now. Han Jiangxue and the others retreated to the side and clapped gently at Jiang Zhao's back. What was even rarer was that the Haya team and their coaches also turned to look at Jiang Xiao and applauded, showing their utmost respect. When the audience saw Jiang Zhao's reaction, they began to cheer wildly and applaud. Phoebe Yu looked at the scene emotionally and said in a trembling voice, "This is an extraordinary scene. This is also the most precious moment I've experienced in my career as a host." Jing Xingyue looked at Jiang Zhao's back and sighed. We can all feel that the little toxic healer is no longer just a Star Warrior, nor is he just a name card of the Capital Star Warriors. In this Doomsday World Cup, everything he has worked hard for is far more important and meaningful than the title of a champion. The referee blew the whistle. Phoebe Yu exclaimed. Although the referee is also applauding for Jiang Xiao, he has been looking at the time. He's very professional, haha. Jing Xingyue covered her chest with one hand and took a deep breath. She didn't continue speaking. During the pre-match communication session, both teams were unusually silent. As the referee confirmed that both teams were ready, the Haya cavalry archers, consisting of 2 men and 2 women, aimed their bows at the sky and waited for the whistle to sound. Jiang Xiao and Xia Yan stood on both sides of the center circle with reddened eyes. One of them was holding a giant sword while the other was holding a giant sword. Beep! The competition begins. The referee waved the flag. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew into the sky one after another. The battle had begun. In the faint mist that spread out, the four contestants of Haya formed a T shape and were positioned at the back. A series of arrows were shot into the sky and hung above everyone's heads. In just a short moment, there were already dozens of arrows hanging in the center circle of the huge stadium. Then, densely packed arrows of light rained down. Every arrow that made contact with the ground would create a pit, splattering soil and grass. What was worse was that the light arrows that were made of pure energy seemed to have the effect of intimidating one's soul. Gushur held the shadow shield and shielded Han Jiangxue from the wind and rain. The dense light arrows were blocked by the wide shadow shield. However, the sparks from the arrows that landed on the green grass dyed his ankles, causing his solemn expression to immediately turn into one of panic. Han Jiangxue's body was covered with the flame shield, and she had already activated the star technique, incineration. However, that star technique could purify the negative state of the target in the area, but could not calm Gushun. Ring, 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 bell flew over from the enemy's side, and the jumping medical light wave was neither fast nor slow enough for everyone to see its route clearly. Bell penetrated Gushur and Shadow Shield and connected to his body to calm him down. The jumping medical light wave also penetrated Han Jiangxue's flame shield and circulated back and forth between the two of them. Whoosh! Xiaoyan flashed and appeared beside a female archer, after which she spun her body and shot the terrifying shadow blade in all directions. Star technique, Wrath of the Shadow Blade. While the female archer was trembling, a ray of light appeared on Xiaoyan's giant sword, which was only a short distance away from her. Star technique, Blade of Death. However, she did not use her sword to attack. She only used this short distance to increase her momentum. Xiaoyan flipped over a female Xia archer with her shoulder. However, before the female archer's body was knocked away, Xiaoyan reacted quickly and grabbed her wrist before pulling her back forcefully. Kacha! It was the sound of a bone dislocation. Ah! The female Xia archer shrieked in pain as she was thrown behind by Xiaoyan. A series of arrows flew over, and Xiaoyan's movements were smooth. She had already thrown away the sword in her hand, and a star map in front of her chest appeared. She then condensed a heavier Star Warrior sword in her hand. Star Warrior transformation. However, the Star Warrior sword in her hand lit up with a ray of platinum light as she charged forward. Go all out. She had actually shattered the string of white arrows. Rumble. The Star Warrior sword pierced through the opponent's chest easily and slammed into the transparent defensive wall along with the Xia archer. When an archer who needed a sufficient distance and a stable environment to continue attacking encountered an infantryman who could appear and disappear mysteriously, it would be a catastrophic blow to the archer. With his strength, Jiang Shao managed to keep up with Xiaoyan's rhythm. The female Xia archer, whose arm had been dislocated by Xiaoyan, hurtled towards Jiang Shao. In the field tier, Jiang Shao tried his best to sense everything. He lit up the handle of his sword and pressed it against the forehead of the female Xia archer. In the end, Jiang Shao still held back and did not stab her with his sword. In the drizzling rain, Xiaoyan's eyes were bloodshot. She stepped on the lower abdomen of the male Xia archer and slowly pulled out the sword that had been pierced into his chest. She then took a step back and allowed the male archer to kneel down at her feet. Xiaoyan turned around abruptly, and her menacing gaze made the couple on the other side take a step back in fear. Huff! Under the furious gaze of the King of Galaxy, the two archers were clearly distracted, or rather, completely intimidated. It was not intimidating in terms of star techniques, but rather it was intimidating in terms of aura. The male archers and the female archers of Xia reacted very quickly, trying to have a life-and-death battle. Hardly had they finished drawing their bows and shooting arrows when their clothes were torn apart by a swirl of broken ice that was spinning at a high speed. They were bleeding and dizzy. Han Jiangxue raised her right hand high in her own half of the field and did not attack again. The two archers of Xia were very cooperative and did not stand up again. Han Jiangxue and Gu Shi and were in their own half of the field. Jiang Shao was at the top of the arc of the enemy's penalty area, and Xia Yan was at the bottom line of the enemy's penalty area. The four of them raised their right fists high and scattered around the field. They rotated their bodies and looked at every corner of the audience. Then they bowed down. Yes, bowed down. That was a private decision made by the four of them after the audience cheered loudly. We know what you guys want. With irresistible force. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. We deserve this victory, and you guys deserve it even more. The audience fell into a brief silence. It was a battle for the championship, but the beginning probably lasted less than 7 seconds. Strictly speaking, the battle for the championship had already ended long after the battle between the Capital Star Warriors army and the North Kingdom. The Xia army was really not strong enough. Besides, even the North Kingdom could not withstand the bombardment of the Capital Star Warriors army for more than a few seconds. The referee snapped out of his trance and hurriedly blew the whistle when he saw that the Capital Star Warriors four-man team had their curtain call. After the whistle, the silent audience finally burst into an uproar. Has it begun? No, it's already over. Has it ended? No, it's just the beginning. Chapter 954. In the lounge of a certain company in Beijing, Huaxia, Jiang Shao sat on the chair and lowered his head to play with his mobile phone. To be exact, he was looking at the photo on his Weibo. It was a group photo of the four of them holding the trophy on the podium of the Allianz Stadium in the nation a week ago. The four of them were about the same height, except for Gu Shi, who was slightly taller, which made him seem a little out of place. The four of them raised the Star Warrior World Cup trophy high up in the air, as well as the highest honor in the world. After looking at it for a long time, Jiang Shao scrolled down and scrolled through the comments. Xiaopi, should I call you the double champion or the triple champion? Xiaopi, should I call you the king of kings or ham sausage? You're only 19 years old. It's worth it to die for such an honor. Let me tell you guys, even if you didn't believe in God Pie in a previous tournament, you would have won 4 championships by now. There are too few people as discerning as me. The perfect combination of praise and flattery. I'm laughing. Jiang Shao. A voice sounded. Huh? Jiang Shao turned around, only to see Han Jiangxue, who was dressed in the national team uniform, standing at the door and waving at him. It's time to film. Jiang Shao grimaced helplessly with a pained expression on his face. Han Jiangxue smiled and said, hang in there. We can go back after the last promotional video. Ever since they returned to China, Jiang Shao and the others had cooperated with the Star Warrior Association to film the promotional video and activities in the past week. At this moment, they were working with the Star Warrior University in Beijing to film the promotional video. However, there were benefits to cooperating with the Star Warrior World Cup for publicity. The four of them received star beads and cash prizes. Jiang Shao received 2 cash prizes, a total of 2 million yuan. There was also an award of Outstanding Star Warrior Student, which gave them an additional 3 million yuan. According to the officials, it was a reward for him for winning the championship in a row. It was also a form of praise for the positive impact he had brought to China through his huge influence during the World Cup. The award was specially made this year and had not been given before. The trophy for the Outstanding Star Warrior Student was very exquisite. It was a little golden man with its head lowered and its right fist raised high. The posture of the little golden man was obviously the same posture that Jiang Shao made when he was warming up at the side of the venue and receiving the cheers of the audience before the team finals began. It was a trophy made based on Jiang Zhao's original pose. From this aspect, Jiang Zhao's influence could indeed be seen. However, Jiang Shao didn't quite understand how the little golden man managed to pass the examination. Of course, he could raise his fist, but why did he have to lower his head? Jiang Shao could not figure it out, no matter how hard he thought about it. He really had no idea what the official approval limit was. So, Raising one's fist high represents struggle and unyielding, while lowering one's head represents humility and peace. As a literary person, Jiang Xiao could find plenty of reasons and excuses. Jiang Zhao's internal star map did not recognize the sudden, outstanding award, nor did he give any skill points. On the day of winning the team competition, Jiang Xiao only received 100 competition victory points and 3,000 championship points. In terms of the rewards given by the internal star map, the team competition was far more important than the individual competition. The overall champion of the individual competition was only 1,000 points, but the overall champion of the team competition was 3,000 points. The awkward thing was that the team competition was not a consecutive champion, so there was no 3,000 bonus points. However, the pleasant surprise was that the internal star map gave him the honor of Grand Slam. Grand Slam. Skill points plus 3,000. At this moment, the skill points in Jiang Zhao's internal star map had also reached 44875. In terms of star beads, Jiang Xiao and the others were rewarded with star beads from the dimensional space unique to the nation of Will, the fairy tale forest. Apart from Han Jiangxue, who received 3 black skis and star beads, the others were rewarded with star beads from the fairy tale forest. In terms of preciousness, the star beads from the fairy tale forest could also be used as rewards. After all, they were unique to the nation of Will, and the World Star Warriors Association had to fork out 3 black skis and star beads. Of course, the nation of Will had to fork out some money too. However, to be honest, Jiang Xiao didn't think much of it. Jiang Xiao received 5 white robe star beads, which had 3 auxiliary star techniques: haste, spirit, and purification. Besides, it was a single target mist halo. Xia Yin received 5 Little Red Riding Hood star beads. Strictly speaking, Jiang Xiao and Xia Yin received auxiliary star beads for both medical and combat star beads. It didn't matter to the medical star beads, but to the combat star beads, such auxiliary star beads were extremely rare. Everyone had obtained them in the fairy tale forest before, so they were very familiar with those star techniques. Gu Shiren obtained 5 Little Blue Riding Hood star beads, which could be considered the top star technique in the world. Most people would be overjoyed to get their hands on it. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiao was not an ordinary person. He had already raised the standards of his team to the level of the Dragon's Cave. The world's top platinum star technique could only be considered passable. After all, the Little Blue Riding Hood star beads were indeed suitable for Gu Shiren. After returning to China, Jiang Xiao returned the 2 Little Blue Riding Hood star beads and 1 Iron Riding Hood star bead to Gu Shiren. At this moment, Gu Shiren had 7 Little Blue Riding Hood star beads. He hoped that he would be able to absorb Fall of the Gods and Twilight of the Gods after he advanced to the Starfall stage. The rewards for the World Cup were jointly given by the World Star Warriors Association and the Nation of Will. On the Chinese side, the National Star Association rewarded the 4 of them with a huge sum of money: 3 Void Calamity Shadow star beads each. It wasn't that the Void Calamity Shadow star beads were worthless, but rather that China wanted to focus on nurturing the 4 of them. At the same time, Jiang Xiao was very depressed because the Void Calamity Shadow star beads were really nothing to him. Of course, if you were to say that out loud, Jiang Xiao would definitely be flamed to death. However, it couldn't be helped. The truth was that Jiang Xiao, second last, and Han Jiangxue had almost destroyed their Void Calamity star beads in the dimensional space. In fact, one of his clones had even acquired the dual spatial star technique. Now, there were piles of Calamity Shadow scarecrows standing in Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world. Well, it's not that your star beads aren't precious, it's just that I'm too rich. Alright, I'll keep them. Anyway, the quality of the bait is low. If Jiang Xiao were to obtain the dual spatial star technique bait in the future, he wouldn't be able to use them even if he had hundreds of star beads in stock. Jiang Xiao even did something outrageous in the National Star Association. That was, Jiang Xiao took back the championship trophy from the previous World Cup. At that time, the people of the Star Association were dumbfounded. When he came to deliver the trophy to the exhibition room previously, Jiang Xiao had asked if he could take the trophy away with him. The answer from his staff of the Star Association was very ingenious. The exhibition period lasts for a total of 6 months. You can take the trophy away after 6 months, but look at your seniors. They didn't take their trophies away. They're still here. At that time, Jiang Zhao's response was also very domineering. Give it to me. They probably forgot to take it. I'll send it back to them. This time, Jiang Xiao brought the team and individual trophies with him. He returned the old trophies and handed over 2 trophies while taking one back. The people of the Star Association were at a loss for words. Rules were indeed rules, but did you really take it? Aren't you shameless? Jiang Xiao thought. I'm already shameless enough. If I'm really shameless, I'll take all the trophies in this exhibition room. Of course, there was no point in taking other people's trophies. Jiang Xiao still preferred to obtain them himself. He insisted on taking back the trophies because he was a little obsessed with collecting. In the Calamity Shadow world, he already had a particularly safe and stable home. There was also an exhibition room in Jiang Zhao's stone villa. In the glass box in the exhibition room, there were medals and certificates for the Wasteland Reclaimers and Vigil. If he were to put a Golden Star Warrior World Cup in there, the colors would be enhanced immediately. Don't you pay particular attention to color, aroma, when you cook? Sweet red peppers are not spicy, but they add color. Look at the Vigil medal, how silver it is. Look at the Wildfire medal, sparkling. Look at the Star Warrior World Cup, how gold it is. The 4 of them had finally finished filming the promotional video with the Capital Star Warriors and could be considered to be on vacation. The rewards for the Capital Star Warriors had yet to be distributed, and they would have to wait until school reopened in September. However, Jiang Xiao didn't have any expectations. With only 1 month of vacation left, Jiang Xiao and the others also applied for leave from the Wasteland Reclaimers and prepared to accompany Gu Shiren back to his hometown. The one who applied for leave was naturally Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao could also apply for leave, but he didn't dare to call Qin Wangchuan now. After all, Jiang Xiao had already spoken to Second Last on the phone, and Second Last was also handling the enlistment procedures for Xia Yin and Gu Shiren's Guardians of the Night. Yes, Teacher Qin. Han Jiangxue agreed softly and spoke to Qin Wangchuan on the phone for nearly 10 minutes before hanging up. She seemed to have studied a lot of issues. How is it? Jiang Xiao asked curiously. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao and reached out to rub his head. It's time for a haircut. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, Han Jiangxue said, let's keep your hair short. Don't do a buzz cut. Jiang Xiao said, I'm fine with anything. Isn't a buzz cut faster? I just have to push it. Let's not talk about this first. What did Qin Wangchuan say to you? Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Xiao smilingly and said, what else do you think he can say? He. Jiang Xiao chuckled. The soldiers under him were too powerful, and they were on par with him in some aspects. In some aspects, they had even surpassed him. Besides, Qin Wangchuan was related to their parents. Hence, Qin Wangchuan couldn't say much about the team. He could only indulge them. Han Jiangxue said, he told us to return on time when school reopens. By then, there will be an award ceremony for the Wasteland Reclaimers. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue thought about Qin Wangchuan's words and sorted out her words before saying, this World Cup is a little different. Not only are we representing the Capital Star Warriors, but we're also representing the Wasteland Reclaimers. To be exact, with the Wasteland Reclaimers. In the Doomsday World Cup, people need to hear this, and the Chinese army also needs us to portray this image. During the broadcast of the competition, the host has also repeatedly mentioned that the 4 of us are the Wasteland Reclaimers. Hence, the Wasteland Reclaimers want to award us with honors for winning the World Cup, in recognition of our contributions. With a look of shock, Jiang Xiao asked, what the heck? Han Jiangxue had been placing her palm on Jiang Zhao's head and was initially thinking about what kind of hairstyle she should have. After hearing his words, she moved her palm downwards and pinched Jiang Zhao's earlobe before tugging it forcefully. Jiang Xiao bent down and lowered his head, which was rather rare. The last time she tugged on Jiang Zhao's ear seemed to have been a year ago. Han Jiangxue chided softly with a reproachful expression. Don't swear. At the side, Xiaoyan put her hands behind her back and tilted her head while looking at the painting of Jiang Zhao's suffering with a smile. She felt extremely comfortable. Jiang Zhao tried his best to push her palm away and rubbed his ear while saying aggrievedly, I've won 2 World Cup individual competitions. Besides, I won the team competition with you guys. The Guardians of the Night didn't show any appreciation at all. Why didn't the Guardians of the Night award me? Chapter 955. With a mischievous look in her eyes, Xia Yin chuckled and said, Why don't you ask your leader? Jiang Xiao smacked his lips and looked upset. There was a hint of excitement on Gu Shiran's face. Clearly, he, who had a perception-type star technique, already knew some information and just wanted to confirm it again. He asked, Commander Han, what are the desolate reclaimers going to award us with? Han Jiangxue replied, First-class team merit. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao stared at Han Jiangxue dumbfoundedly and asked, You? Speak. What? 30,000 team points. First-class team merit? Xia Yin said, Just look for it. It's not a secret anyway. Xia Yin then began scrolling through her mobile phone. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao and confirmed again. Team merit, class 1. At the side, Xia Yin scrolled through her mobile phone. After a while, she said, I found it. Let me see. Jiang Xiao snatched the phone. He felt that he had suffered a great loss. Looking at the information on the internet, Jiang Xiao followed Xia Yan's guidance and found the 20th paragraph of the first paragraph. He muttered, In sports competitions, the main team members of individual or group events who win gold medals or break world records in major world-class events, such as the Olympic Games, can be recorded as first-class merit. Coaches who have made outstanding contributions to the above achievements can be given corresponding rewards. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. The Night Watch. You. Too little. Me. 2. Coins. Full. Moon. Merit. Jiang. Jiang Xiao whipped out his mobile phone and quickly dialed a number. Beijiang Province, Fen City Military Base. Second last, who was eating in the cafeteria, picked up the phone. Under normal circumstances, second last wouldn't be able to receive any calls and could only contact her during the morning, afternoon, and evening hours. Jiang Xiao said, Where's Han Ying? Second last was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao said, I'll send you some content. Take a look. Jiang Xiao then grabbed Xia Yan's mobile phone and sent it to second last. In the cafeteria, second last frowned slightly and put down her mobile phone to see a text message from an unknown number. A few seconds later, second last pressed the mobile phone against her ear again and said, You found the wrong information. The military is different. You're looking for the evaluation rules of the conventional military. We're not ordinary people. We're Star Warriors and the Guardians of the Night. We're not subject to the evaluation rules. Jiang Xiao said meekly, I can't find the evaluation rules of the Guardians of the Night on the internet. Besides, the Star Warriors World Cup is definitely a major international competition. Shouldn't we also have a reward for our contributions? The Wasteland Reclaimers have to give us first-class merit. Second last was rather patient with Jiang Xiao. She put down the fish in her hand and said, The Wasteland Reclaimers have only been established in the past 2 years. You guys are the first batch of apprentices to attend the World Cup as part of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Be it the Wasteland Reclaimers or the Guardians of the Night, most of the students were recruited into the Army after they graduated and went through various examinations. Before you participated in the Star Warrior World Cup, almost no university students participated in the Star Warrior World Cup as Guardians of the Night or Wasteland Reclaimers. Jiang Xiao, second last, said, The Guardians of the Night are even more special. A very small number of students, the Guardians of the Night, are all apprentices without exception. The apprentices of the Guardians of the Night will be sent to a certain dimensional space to hone their temperament. They will be completely cut off from school and their families, just like the 2 apprentices I brought with me in the Yi Mountain. Hence, there's no such thing as the Guardians of the Night participating in the Star Warrior World Cup. You've never been an ordinary Guardian of the Night or gone through a long selection process. From the moment I recruited you, you were promoted to a light chaser, a relatively free light chaser. Jiang Xiao felt bitter, and he really wanted to ask, "Do you mean that we don't have such evaluation at all?" Second last said, "Yes." Jiang Xiao said anxiously, but the Wasteland Reclaimers have made an exception to give the team first-class merit. Think about what I've done. I'm the one who broke the record and won the championship in a row. I've brought glory to the Guardians of the Night. I've even done it in front of the world. Second last's hoarse voice was magnetic, and she asked casually, "Does anyone know that you're a Guardian of the Night?" Jiang Xiao was speechless. No one knows. Everyone knows that Jiang Xiao is a Wasteland Reclaimer. On the other side of the phone, second last seemed to have already imagined Jiang Xiao's conflicted expression. She smiled and said, "I'll fight for you. Since you're a special case, you should receive special treatment too." Hearing this, Jiang Xiao was overjoyed and said, "That's my good second last. Do. Jiang Xiao's face stiffened, and he put down his mobile phone awkwardly when he heard the busy tone. He looked at everyone and said, "Her mobile phone must have run out of battery." Xia Yin said softly, "I think she just hung up the phone." Jiang Xiao yelled, "Shut up." Xia Yin was in a great mood. La la la. Jiang Xiao tossed his mobile phone at Xia Yin in displeasure and said, Let's go to Guishi province." Han Jiangxue said, "Let's have lunch first and then accompany you to get a haircut. Our flight's in the afternoon." Oh, Jiang Xiao thought about it and decided to send a text message to second last to arrange a time and place for him to send Liana's corpse over. After having a hearty meal, Jiang Xiao was escorted to the hairdresser's shop. Jiang Xiao was way too prestigious. He was getting a haircut by himself while being accompanied by 3 World Cup champions. Of course, Gu Shi didn't want to accompany them. He had been squatting at the door and smoking. Later on, he attracted the attention of too many people who came to ask for autographs. Gu Shi also finally experienced the bitterness of being a celebrity. He felt that it was necessary for his 3 teammates to wear baseball caps and face masks. He had never taken himself seriously either. Now, he had made a huge mess of things. The crowd who rushed to get autographs also discovered Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin in the hairdresser's shop. Fortunately, with Gu Daden's help, the crowd did not disturb Mr. Tony's haircut. Instead, they crowded outside and even turned on a live broadcast of Jiang Zhao's haircut. Mr. Tony had put in 120% of his effort today in order to make a name for himself and showcase his skills in front of the people of the country. Of course, if he didn't do a good job, Mr. Tony might be scolded to death by the toxic milk powder. 20 minutes later, Han Jiangxue threw the money on the counter and activated the instant defense in the hairdresser's shop. She couldn't be bothered about breaking the rules anymore. In the crowded hairdresser's shop, she connected to her 3 teammates using the star cable and instantly returned to Xia Yan's home in Maple Forest Estate. Jiang Xiao had just gotten a haircut and hadn't even washed his hair. Hence, he had no choice but to look at Gu Shi helplessly. You, how did you sneak out a smoke with such a huge physique?" Gu Daden pursed his lips and knew that he had done something wrong. Hence, he dared not make a sound. He was a mighty and majestic man. The way he lowered his head and admitted his mistake was actually a little cute. After Jiang Xiao washed his hair in the bathroom, Han Jiangxue was rather satisfied with his current appearance. It seemed that in her eyes, the difference between Jiang Xiao and Jiang Xiao was like the difference between a minor and an adult. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's hair was short and neat while his hair on both sides was slightly shorter. He looked energetic and refreshing. Most importantly, Ms. Tony, who spoke in a feminine tone, had even shaved 3 stripes on the left side of Jiang Zhao's head. Before getting a haircut, Ms. Tony said, "These 3 stripes represent that you've won 3 championships." At that time, Jiang Xiao agreed happily. However, after getting his hair cut, Jiang Xiao looked at the 3 shallow, short stripes on the left side of his head. Jiang Xiao felt that he had hung the 3-striped epaulet of the captain of the team in the primary school on his head. Han Jiangxue waved her hand and said, "Come here." Jiang Xiao stroked the 3 short stripes on the side of his head and strode over. Han Jiangxue raised her hand and tidied Jiang Zhao's hair. She didn't know what was so good about tidying his short hair. There was a smile in Han Jiangxue's eyes. Jiang Zhao could tell that she was really satisfied with his current appearance. She said softly, "Not bad, very good." Jiang Zhao grinned and said, "We still have to wait for a while before we go to the airport, right? I'll go pay a visit first." While speaking, Jiang Zhao activated his shadow of disaster ruins. Gu Shiren's pupils constricted slightly. Jiang Zhao strode into the adjusted and small space door of the shadow of disaster ruins. Half of his body was submerged in it, but he suddenly turned around and looked at Gu Shiren. Then, Jiang Zhao then blinked his left eye at Gu Shiren and disappeared into the space door. Watching Jiang Zhao disappear into the space door, Gu Shiren remained speechless for a long time. He simply turned to look at Han Jiangxue with a curious expression. Xiaoyan lay on the sofa and placed her long legs on the coffee table while whistling. Gu Shiren turned to look at Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan pinched her thumb and index finger together and placed them by her mouth before making a zipper gesture. She then slid her finger from one corner of her mouth to the other. She was clearly imitating what Gu Shiren did in the locker room of the Allianz Stadium. Gu Shiren didn't say anything from beginning to end. He just nodded silently. Soon, Jiang Zhao walked out with his heavenly halberd. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and asked, "Where are you going?" Jiang Zhao said, "Next door, Teacher Fang's house." Xia Yin froze for a moment. "Huh? Why did you bring a weapon to her house?" Jiang Zhao grinned and said, "I'm going to teach the young father Hai a lesson." With that, Jiang Zhao's figure flashed and disappeared. A moment later, Jiang Zhao gently knocked on the door of the most luxurious building in the middle of the maple forest estate. Soon, Jiang Zhao felt the peephole turn dark. Clearly, someone was observing outside. Kacha! The door opened, and Hai Tianqing appeared in his pajamas with a look of surprise on his face. However, he said in a low voice, "Xiaopi is back." Jiang Zhao also realized that Fang Xingyun might be sleeping, which was why Hai Tianqing spoke so softly and tiptoed around. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao held the heavenly halberd in his hand and hesitated. Hai Tianqing was a little confused. He opened the door a little wider, only to see that Jiang Zhao was leaning against the wall with the other hand holding a heavenly halberd. Gulp! Hai Tianqing had a strange expression on his face, and his Adam's apple squirmed. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and forced a smile on his face. Fang Xingyun is sleeping. The days of pregnancy are too tough. She can't eat or sleep well. Jiang Zhao nodded with a sullen expression. In that case, I'll visit another day. Jiang Zhao had stayed at Fang Xingyun's house for a period of time and was very familiar with the place. The reason why he did not directly flash in the house was because he was afraid of frightening Fang Xingyun. However, he did not expect her to be resting. Hai Tianqing's forced smile changed and seemed to have become more normal and gentle. He said softly, "We've given the child a nickname. We'll call him Pippi." Jiang Zhao asked, "Huh? What do you mean? Should the child be like Jiang Xiaopi?" Hai Tianqing smiled and said, "Your teacher Fang is very insistent. I have no choice." Jiang Zhao opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Hai Tianqing suddenly seemed to have come to a sudden realization and said softly, come in. Let's talk after you come in." Jiang Zhao shook his head repeatedly and said softly, "No, I have to catch a plane soon. I'll come and see you guys again when I'm back." Jiang Zhao was about to flash away when he suddenly thought of something. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "That child's name is a form of praise for me. Thank you." Jiang Zhao then disappeared without a trace. Sigh. Hai Tianqing looked at the empty corridor and sighed softly. Who would want a child like you? The mischievous, toxic healer of the past had now become the best of his generation and stood at the peak of his peers. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the words peers would be removed. Chapter 956. After more than 4 hours of flight, The plane slowly landed at Yongqing Wushu International Airport in Guasian Province at night. The few of them were fully armed and wearing caps and masks as they walked out of the airport. The darkness of the night gave them a sense of protection. While they were taking a taxi, the sudden thunderstorm caught them off guard. Gu Shiren was a burly man, so he naturally sat in the front passenger seat of the taxi while Jiang Xiao and the others sat in the back. They were almost drenched. Jiang Xiao and Xia Yin, the two rain gods, could summon heavy rain, but they couldn't send it away. Of course, in daily life, Star Warriors were not allowed to intervene in such natural phenomena. If there were really any accidents, there would be professional Star Warriors to manage them. Hence, Jiang Xiao didn't have to worry about that. However, even the rain didn't bring much coolness. At night, the temperature in Yongqing City in early August was close to 30 degrees Celsius. "It's so hot, Phew." Xia Yin squeezed into the car and used her hand as a fan to take off her mask to fan her face. Her body was still wet, so the scene was rather peculiar. Perhaps young people have too much firepower. In front, Gu Shiren and the driver were talking about something, while the three of them were completely dumbfounded. As the car slowly started, the two of them conversed for a while. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but pat the front passenger seat and ask, "Brother, you're not speaking Cantonese, are you?" The more Jiang Xiao listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. In his narrow-minded mind, he only thought that the people of southern Guangdong Province and Hong Kong spoke Cantonese. He had never thought that the people of Guasian Province spoke Cantonese too. Gu Shiren turned his head and looked at Jiang Zhao's curious expression. He smiled and said, "Yes, but there are some differences in the vernacular of each place, such as the accent and vocabulary. If you try your best to listen, you'll still be able to, unless it's some particularly local vocabulary that needs to be explained." Jiang Xiao was even more confused. Although he didn't quite understand, he found it impressive. Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Xiao and couldn't help but grin. "Don't worry, most of the people here speak Mandarin. There's definitely no problem communicating." Jiang Xiao nodded and thought, indeed, one has to travel thousands of miles to broaden their horizons. Looking at Jiang Xiao, Gu Shiren sighed in his heart. A week ago, on the day he won the championship, he witnessed and heard with his own eyes that Jiang Xiao had received an invitation from the royal family of Sima Kingdom. However, Jiang Xiao turned them down. Jiang Xiao rejected the Prince of Shima, the Princess of Shima, and the nobles of the Rising Sun City. He also postponed his visit to the Shima Kingdom, saying that he would return to China to cooperate with the officials and participate in activities. Gu Shiren also knew that Yi Qingqin's entire family was waiting for Jiang Xiao in Zhongyuan Province. The runner-up of the 2019 World Cup was waiting to become Jiang Zhao's disciple. The official event had ended, but Jiang Xiao did not go to those two places. Instead, he accompanied him back to his hometown. Such a degree of importance was even more evident in comparison. Gu Shiren did not know what to say. Ever since that night in the room, after the conversation between the two of them, he had felt the difference in this team. He had also felt the change in everyone's attitude. This afternoon at Xia Yan's house in Beijing, Jiang Xiao displayed a star technique that he shouldn't have. Gu Shiren was well aware that his fate should have undergone a huge change that night in Mahe Market. However, it had yet to be revealed. However, Gu Shiren didn't know that the change should have included marriage. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiao didn't see Wu Yao among the audience for the team competition. She didn't attend the celebration ceremony either. He reckoned that it was really a white lie, and she left without saying goodbye. I can't rule out the possibility that she didn't buy a ticket. Where are we going now? Xia Yin asked while wiping her forehead with a tissue. Gu Shiren said, "My uncle has arranged a place for us to stay. Xiaopi wants to go to the purple field to play, right? My uncle happens to be stationed in a purple sky horizon dimensional space." Jiang Xiao frantically said, "Don't let him pay for a ticket. Don't let him use his connections in private. We're here to have fun, and I'm here to broaden my horizons. I'm not here to cause trouble for others." "Okay." Gu Shiren humphed casually. Still worried, Jiang Xiao continued, "Don't take what I said to heart. I have a pass that can be used in the entire country. I can go anywhere. Got it. Gu Shiren waved his hand impatiently and continued. My uncle is going to treat us to a meal later. He's on a special leave. Han Jiangxue said, That's not a good idea. Huh? Gu Shiren laughed. His Mandarin was so fluent that it was hard to tell which province he was from. He smiled and said, You'll be giving us face if you go. Your current status? Okay, Han Jiangxue answered and interrupted Gu Shiren. There was silence in the taxi, and the driver glanced at the three of them through the rearview mirror from time to time. After observing for a while, he began to speak in his hometown dialect to Gu Shiren again. Of course, Jiang Xiao and the others could not understand him. But as the driver got more and more agitated, they also understood what was going on. Due to the fact that they were equipped with star techniques, they did not bring any luggage with them at all. Hence, they did not go to the hotel to stay. The rain had just stopped, and the taxi drove into Yongchang City and stopped in front of a restaurant. Beside the brightly lit streets, Jiang Xiao discovered a soldier under the flashing neon lights. His posture, aura, and sharp and quick-witted eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the middle-aged man in front of the young soldier should be Gu Shiren's uncle, right? He was tall and well-built, and his casual attire could not hide his burly figure. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to Gu Shiren's. Of course, the hairstyle was very standard. It was clean and short. Gu Shiren paid the driver and opened the car door. Although he got out of the car, he stood beside the door with one hand on it and looked at the middle-aged man who was wearing casual pants and a short-sleeved shirt. When the three of them got out of the car, the burly middle-aged man chided jokingly, Kid, do you want me to go over? Gu Shiren's expression changed. This was the first time Jiang Xiao had seen such a complicated expression on the face of this rogue-like big shield. Gu Shiren first opened his mouth before closing the car door. He stepped on the puddles on the road, but his footsteps were slightly hesitant. It was just a few steps away, but Gu Didun forced himself to walk out of the feeling of wanting to reject her. Finally, Gu Shiren walked forward, but Gu Shiren's uncle rubbed his head forcefully, messing up Gu Shiren's mohawk hairstyle. Gu Shiren's face was filled with a happy smile that was especially infectious. He then hugged Gu Shiren. You've grown up. Xiaoan, you've grown up. Ha! Gu Shiren laughed heartily and patted Gu Shiren's back hard, producing a dull sound. It was obvious that he had used a lot of strength. However, Gu Shiren's cowardice from before had turned into venting his emotions. He hugged his uncle tightly. If his uncle's body was slightly weaker, he would probably have been crushed. All right, I just said that you've grown up. Why are you acting like this now? Gu Shiren pushed Gu Shiren away forcefully and chided him jokingly. Have you been out adventuring for so many years for nothing? Gu Shiren acknowledged and lowered his head slightly. He then pointed behind him and said, My teammates. Gu Shiren looked at the complicated expression on Gu Shiren's face and couldn't help but sigh. However, he turned his head and looked at the three world champions. Hello, Uncle Gu. Jiang Xiao took off his hat and mask and greeted Gu Shiren with a smile. Before coming, Jiang Xiao had asked for Gu Shiren's name and knew that his name was Gu Longtao. However, Jiang Xiao didn't dare to ask for his father's name. Hello. Xiaoan, thank you for taking care of me. Haha, coming quickly. There are too many people on the street. Gu Longtao warmly welcomed them into the house. He spoke Mandarin with a local accent, which was very distinctive. Thanks to the rain, there weren't many people on the street. The group entered the restaurant and entered the private room. Gu Longtao immediately waited for the waiter to serve the dishes and started chatting with them. While he was feeling emotional about Gu Shiren's growth, he also felt the respect that his teammates had for him. Gu Longtao knew that they were all from the Wasteland Reclaimers. Before coming, Gu Shiren had also truthfully explained the situation to Gu Shiren. Hence, Gu Longtao also knew that Jiang Xiao was the deputy commander of a certain regiment of the Guardians of the Night, light chasing regiment, and had the military rank of major. That was the identity of a soldier, and the identity of a star warrior was even more terrifying. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan were the world's top star warriors. However, when Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue greeted him at the table, they addressed him as Uncle Gu. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, addressed him as Uncle Gu, just like Gu Shiren did. The few world-class powerhouses, champions, and even Major Zhu Guang didn't mention anything about their identities. From Gu Shiren's point of view, they regarded themselves as juniors, which made Gu Longtao feel very complicated. He knew that Shaoan had indeed not been in vain for so many years. Star Warrior World Cup Champion? It was just a title. The real wealth was the group of teammates who could destroy everything. They were a group of humble, peaceful, and unassuming teammates who could even be considered as caring. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin didn't talk much. After greeting each other, they continued to listen to their conversation. Most of it was just Gu Longtao and Gu Shiren chatting, with Jiang Shao interrupting from time to time. However, the duck meat in his mouth never stopped. What kind of divine duck meat is this? It's sour and spicy, and it has a fragrant lemon flavor. Oh my God! This dish made Jiang Shao understand a principle. Lemon spirits were not even comparable to a duck. Here, another plate. Jiang Shao pointed at the plate on the table and said vaguely, "Okay, eat more." Gu Longtao smiled heartily and gestured for the soldiers beside him to get up and order more dishes. He then looked at Jiang Shao and said, "I heard from Shao that you guys want to go to the purple field to take a look." "Ah, the stone cave, the dark cave, or the purple field will do." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Let's go to the purple field." The name sounds nice. There were many types of dimensional spaces in Guasian province, and there were 3 types of dimensional spaces around Yong City. In comparison, the stone cave was relatively low level, and most of the creatures were of the silver quality. The dark cave was too high level, and ordinary people couldn't enter because there were platinum quality creatures there. Besides, there were very few dark caves, and most of them were the children of the soldiers stationed there. Only they could obtain the relevant star beads. In comparison, the purple field was in the middle, and there were gold quality creatures. In fact, Jiang Shao had another scheme. In the purple field, Jiang Shao could not only see creatures with the star technique purple thorn sword, but he could also find 2 creatures called green coiled bulls and flower coiled bulls. Although those 2 creatures were of the gold quality, they were rather docile and were similar to cattle in human society. The horns of the green coiled bulls were especially long, and their skin was green. They liked to live in rocky and sandy areas, so they were called green coiled bulls. As for the flower coiled bulls, they had flowers on their bodies and horns. Most importantly, the flowered plate cow and green plate cow were not only docile, but their meat quality was also impeccable. Furthermore, both of them could be used as milk. They could feed milk that was suitable for human consumption. They were rare creatures of other dimensions that humans were willing to domesticate, rear, and serve on the dining table. Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world needed such a divine ingredient. Chapter 9:57. Green-coiled bulls eat grass. Docile. The meat is excellent and can be used as milk. That was not his own imagination. Guangxi province and the surrounding provinces had long formed an industrial chain. Jiang Shao said, "Well, Uncle Gu, don't go to the trouble. We all have identification and can enter directly." However, Gu Longtao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Rest for a night. I'll send the 4 of you out to play tomorrow." Gu Shiren said, "I'm not going." Gu Longtao was stunned for a moment and said, "You're a guest. Aren't you going to accompany your teammates?" Gu Shiren said, "I want to go home and see him." Gu Longtao opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything and simply patted Gu Shiren on the shoulder. To his surprise, Gu Shiren's next words made Gu Longtao dumbfounded. Gu Shiren said, "I want to pick up my parents and go to the capital. After all, I'm a wasteland reclaimer in the capital now." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Shiren continued, "Uncle, don't misunderstand. I know your creed, so I won't say anything disrespectful to you. You're a guardian soldier, so you'll definitely stay here." Shao and Gu Longtao sighed deeply and said with a troubled expression, "You know your father's character. It's hard for you to realize such an idea." Gu Shiren nodded and said, I've already predicted the outcome, but regardless of whether he goes with me or not, I'll still pick up my mother. Pick her up? To the capital? Gu Longtao looked at Gu Shiren in astonishment. Gu Shiren reached into his pocket and took out a pack of fake snakes. He then took out 2 of them and handed one to Gu Longtao. Gu Shiren put the cigarette in his mouth and took out a lighter. However, he stiffened slightly. Gu Longtao looked at Gu Shiren thoughtfully, but he didn't rush him. Han Jiangxue, who was seated across the dining table, suddenly said, It's okay. Gu Shiren hesitated for a moment, but he still lit the cigarette for Gu Longtao and said, To a safe place where no one will disturb you. Gu Longtao said with certainty, That's even more impossible. Gu Shiren grinned and said, He can't stop me, can he? Just like how he couldn't stop me from becoming a star warrior. Gu Longtao frowned deeply and said, You can't say that. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's eat first. It's fine. These are my teammates, and they are my comrades in arms. The air conditioner was on in the room, so the windows were not open. Gu Shiren stood up and opened the windows. He walked back to sit down and said, The world is becoming more and more chaotic. This is an indisputable fact, and he doesn't have the ability to give her a stable and quiet place. Gu Longtao thought about it again and again, but in the end, he still decided to persuade her. I'll help take care of it. Gu Shiren said, Brother-in-law, she is my mother after all. When she was alive, I was unfilial and ran all over the country, but I couldn't stay by her side. Now, Gu Longtao fell silent and took a drag of his cigarette. Gu Shiren said quietly, I don't care if he is filial or not. Of course, what I hope the most is that he will leave with me. And Gu Longtao sighed softly and said, You're promising now, capable, and you've grown up. You also said that you didn't fulfill your filial duties when she was alive. Although she's gone, your father is still around, and he's living alone now. He's someone you can fulfill your filial duties to. I also know about the conflict between the 2 of you, but if you don't want to have any regrets, you'd better talk to your father and discuss it with him. It's best to bring him to the capital, where you work and live. You're right, he couldn't stop you in the past, and he definitely can't stop you now. This is your family matter, and no one will stop you. I'm just giving you a piece of advice. Don't do anything stupid. Phew! Gu Shiren blew a puff of his cigarette in frustration, threw it on the ground, and stepped on it to extinguish it. He remained silent for a long time. Jiang Shao looked at the lemon duck that was served and hurriedly said, Eat, eat. Jiang Shao had a good impression of Gu Longtao. Even an upright official would find it hard to settle family disputes. But no matter what, he was still his uncle. The next day, under Gu Longtao's lead, Jiang Shao and the others arrived at a military camp in the southern suburbs of Yongqing City. It was obviously open to the public, and the requirements for Star Warriors were relatively high. If there were children in the Nebula stage, they would have to be accompanied by Galaxy stage teachers and relatives. After all, there were 2 types of bulls that were the gold quality. No matter how docile they would be lethal once they were angered. The 3 of them felt like they were on a vacation after entering the purple field with a gentle breeze and white clouds in the blue sky from the scorching hot Yongqing City. Wow! Xia Yin stood in front of the gate of the dimensional space and stared at the sea of purple flowers in the distance. Her beautiful eyes seemed to have lit up with stars. The reason it was called the purple field was mostly because of the star technique of the coiled bull. Although the coiled bull star technique was to change the terrain and grow colorful flowers, in fact, they seemed to be more interested in purple flowers. Hence, there was a sea of purple flowers at a glance. Under the blue sky, the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Although it was a boundless sea of flowers, the fragrance of the flowers was not strong, and there was only a faint fragrance. Xia Yin murmured softly, I shouldn't have changed into a camouflage uniform. I should have come in wearing a short-sleeved shirt, hot pants, and a sun hat. Let's go. Let's get away from here. Jiang Shao was also in awe. If he hadn't come to Guishi, he really wouldn't have known how beautiful this world was. Jiang Shao even saw a few Star Warriors who seemed to have rushed over from other places and were taking pictures in the sea of flowers. compared to the strange creatures in Jindalei's immortal flower dimensional space that had human legs but flowering on their upper bodies. The creatures in the purple field were clearly closer to human society and more acceptable. "Let's go," Han Jiangxue said softly and opened the dark space teleportation shield. The three of them disappeared from the side of the building and left the tourist area. 100 kilometers away, a dark space teleportation shield was quietly opened and the three of them appeared. Few as the dark sky defense shield spread out, layers of purple flowers swayed under the star power storm, creating a layer of beautiful flower waves. The three of them turned their heads and saw a bull with a pair of horns that seemed to reach into the sky. It stood not too far away from the three of them, its eyes emitting a demonic purple light as it stared fixedly at the group. Although its eyes were fixed on the three of them, its mouth was not idle at all. Instead, it was chewing on the flowers beside it. One flower at a time, it was eating with relish, and Jiang Xiao even felt a little greedy. "What? That's a gift from God." The collared bull is truly self-produced and sold. It absorbs star power, creates flowers, and then eats the flowers to fill its stomach. Jiang Xiao shuttled through the flower field and strode over. At the next moment, the three of them stopped in their tracks. The purple flowers that were originally at their knees suddenly began to swell wildly. In the blink of an eye, the flowers had already grown to the height of a person, and the petals had become huge like beautiful umbrellas. Next, the collared bull disappeared, and its skin changed color. Its large body had completely integrated into the sea of flowers. However, it was only its body that disappeared. That long horn that towered into the sky still provided everyone with direction. "Be careful, don't startle it," Jiang Xiao said softly. He also knew how docile the coiled cow was. He pushed open the thick and long flower path of a huge flower and looked up from time to time to look at the sharp horns that were exposed. He then strode over. The collared bull did not move at all. Even when Jiang Xiao walked in front of it, it was still chewing on the flowers. However, its gaze was extremely vigilant, and it seemed to be ready to attack. Jiang Xiao slowly raised his hand gently and slowly placed his palm on its flower skin. Whoosh! At the next moment, Jiang Xiao felt his vision blur, and the flower skin that seemed to be a simple illusion suddenly shattered. The collared bull returned to its normal brownish-yellow skin. It squinted its eyes in enjoyment and rubbed its large face against Jiang Zhao's palm while chewing on the flowers leisurely. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan also walked over and sized up the magical creature curiously. Its body length was about 2.5 meters, and its shoulder height was about 1.5 meters. It was extremely muscular and had a large head, a wide nose, a large mouth, purple eyes, and a long horn. Jiang Xiao touched its hairless and slightly hard skin and couldn't help but lick his lips. "I don't think I can cook it in one pot, right? It's so obedient. How can I bear to do it?" Xia Yan gently stroked its skin. To be honest, she hoped that this creature would be more violent and ferocious. That way, she wouldn't feel any psychological burden when she raised the butcher's knife. Why is this guy eating so happily? Jiang Xiao might have really been a little greedy. The collared bull was chewing on the flowers leisurely and even smacking its lips. Jiang Xiao looked around and grabbed a large purple petal beside him with both hands before pulling it down forcefully. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan watched in astonishment as Jiang Xiao hugged the large petal with both hands and took a bite. Han Jiangxue was speechless. Xia Yan was speechless. Jiang Xiao tasted it carefully and realized that it didn't have much taste, but it felt that it was moist and had a decent texture. The petals were a little soft and not crisp. Although he didn't taste much, there was a faint fragrance that he smelled good. The flowery plate cow landed heavily on the flower field. It turned around, lowered its head, and used its long horns to poke at the flower field. It took a few steps forward, bit a thin flower stalk in its mouth, and pulled it down as it retreated. The collared bull actually found a pale white flower in the purple flower field. Next, the collared bull turned around and looked at Jiang Xiao, who was hugging the large purple petal and gorging on it. It tilted its head to avoid hurting the crowd with its horns and took 2 steps forward. It then handed the pale white flower to Jiang Shao. Unlike the one that Jiang Shao had chosen, the flower that the collared bull gave him was very small and probably only the size of a palm. Jiang Shao threw the flower away, feeling a little awkward. However, the collared bull was very insistent. It blinked its large eyes and looked at Jiang Shao, seemingly asking, "Do you like to eat flowers too?" Jiang Shao grabbed the pale white flower and sniffed it before swallowing it in one gulp. "1 flower in 1 bite. I can do it too." Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue in surprise and said in a muffled voice, "It's delicious. It's very sweet." Han Jiangxue held her forehead with one hand and sighed softly. Xia Yin said, "Didn't you eat it at dinner last night? There's such a dish." "Really?" Jiang Shao looked around for flowers of other colors and said, "I ate duck, beef offal, and a bowl of rice noodles yesterday. I didn't have time to eat flowers." "No, I didn't have any flowers yesterday either. Don't lie to me." Jiang Shao then plucked 2 more flowers and handed them to Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin respectively. "There's clearly a plate of fried flowers," Xia Yin said while stuffing the flower in her mouth and pulling it out. Jiang Shao frantically asked, "How is it?" Xia Yin nodded in surprise and pushed Jiang Shao to turn around. She then pushed the large flowers away and said, "It's delicious. It's the original taste. Let's go look for more." Looking at the 2 little guys searching around, Han Jiangxue smiled and shook her head. She then handed the flower to the collared bull and said, "Thank you. Moo." Chapter 958. In a flower field, the 2 college students were holding flowers in their hands like primary school students, plucking and eating them at the same time. Perhaps because there were too many flowers, the 2 of them did not eat as quickly as they plucked them. Xia Yin suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance while placing her hand on the thick stem of the flower. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao asked curiously while looking in the direction where Xia Yin was looking. However, the flower field was simply too tall. It was even taller than the 2 of them, and they were completely drowned in it. Jiang Shao could not see clearly at all. "There's movement over there," Xia Yin said casually while pulling out her sword of desperation. She did not seem worried at all. In the purple field, there were 2 types of cows that were of the gold quality and were extremely docile. There is only 1 type of silver quality creature that was more ferocious and called the Redbud Demon. The Redbud Demon's 3-star star technique was almost considered the basic star technique for the children of the combat awakened in Gexi province. The 3 silver quality star techniques were well matched and had both output and defense functions. However, at the end of the day, the Redbud Demon was of the silver quality. No matter how ferocious it was still powerful. The Redbud Demons fed on the 2 types of cows, but due to the difference in strength, they mostly hunted in groups. Every time they hunted, there would be many casualties in the group. Although the green-coiled bulls and flower-coiled bulls were docile and would not take the initiative to provoke others, they would also try their best to deal high damage when they were struggling. Xia Yin walked for more than 10 meters before she suddenly saw a clear view. Once again, she saw a low field of flowers. The flowers were small and colorful, and the tallest ones did not exceed her knees. Such a flower field was the norm in the purple field of the dimensional space. As for the huge flower field that the 3 of them were in just now, it was because the flower-coiled bull had activated its star technique and wanted to hide itself in it. 6 Redbud Demons. Xia Yan's beautiful eyes grew sharper as she scanned the flower field. The Redbud Demons thought that they had hidden themselves well. They lay on the ground and advanced slowly, but as they crawled, the flowers trembled and were even pressed down. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue also walked out and couldn't help but chuckle when they saw the scene. It seemed that this group of people were just like the white ghouls. Not only were they ferocious, but they were also not very intelligent. This kind of hunting method, as well as the slow crawling action of approaching the prey, might have come from the hunting genes of the original Redbud Demons. These Redbud Demons still maintain this habit. There's no sense of guilt in killing such creatures. Xia Yin turned her head slightly and glanced at Jiang Xiao from the corner of her eye. I'll do it. As soon as Jiang Zhao's voice fell, he saw a platinum-colored sword ray sweeping past and a petal dancing in the air. Jiang Zhao's mouth turned into an O shape as he stared at the extremely cool and beautiful scene in front of him. He frantically whipped out his mobile phone. However, as soon as Jiang Xiao whipped out his mobile phone, the battle ended. The 6 platinum-colored sword rays connected 6 Chinese redbud demons. After consuming 2 of her sword of desperation, Xia Yin stomped on the head of the Chinese redbud demon in the flower field and cursed softly. You're disturbing me from eating flowers. Han Jiangxue was speechless. Jiang Xiao froze in midair with his mobile phone in his hand. However, since he had already taken it out, Jiang Xiao said, Hurry, you too. I'll take a photo for you too. Finally, Jiang Xiao joined the ranks of the tourists and couldn't help but want to take a photo. Han Jiangxue seemed to be more disgusted by the blood-stained flower field. Let's change the angle. A few seconds later, the 3 of them stood in front of the huge flower field that looked like a sun umbrella with a smile on their faces. Who took the photo? It was the sparring skin. Not only could he be a sparring partner, but he could also be a part-time photographer. Jiang Xiao did not put the sparring skin back into the Calamity Shadow world. Instead, he let it follow Xia Yin and take photos to record every scene of her gluttony. After taking the photo, Jiang Xiao walked forward curiously and looked at the Chinese redbud demon lying in the flower field. It had died peacefully. Due to the huge difference in strength, the Chinese redbud demon died peacefully and lay in the sea of flowers. It should be considered a happy death. Jiang Xiao looked up and down at the redbud monsters. This was the first time he had seen such a magical creature. They looked like demons, but they didn't have any hair. However, they had long horns on their heads that were made of the same material as the coiled cow's horns. They had 4 limbs, and under normal circumstances, they would walk upright like humans. Their light purple skin, coupled with the bright red blood flowing out of their wounds, made the scene look rather strange. There were also thin vines wrapped around their bodies with green leaves growing on them. Jiang Xiao squatted down and pulled away the thin vines and green leaves on its abdomen. He then stretched his palm out and poked its abdominal muscles. TSK, TSK. Kid, you've trained well. Very tough. He took out the star bead from their heads, and all of a sudden, a message appeared in the internal star map. Redbud Demon Star Bead, Silver Quality, Star Technique. 1. Redbud Thorn. Throw a sharp redbud thorn that has a slight chance of triggering the bleeding effect. Brass Quality 2. Redbud Sword. Condense star power and summon a sharp, light purple blade. Silver Quality 3. Redbud Robe. Condense star power and give the target a redbud robe with a certain level of defensive power. Silver Quality. Jiang Xiao secretly nodded and thought, indeed, this is the basic combat technique of Guasian province. You can have anything you want. At the side, Xia Yin said, these star beads don't seem to be of much use to us. Jiang Xiao put the star beads in his pocket and said, we can keep them, but we can't throw them away. We don't lack money and we don't have to sell them. What if we need them one day? Then take them all and throw them in your treasure room. Xia Yin said while tossing 2 redbud demon star beads over. On the other side, Scout Skin had already finished collecting the spoils of war. By the way, I'll call Gardener Skin out later and open the Calamity Ruins. We'll throw the cows in. Jiang Xiao put away the star beads and said, by the way, Xia Yin had a peculiar expression on her face, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Jiang Xiao said, the 2 types of cows here are docile and of gold quality. They have strong survival abilities, and the most important thing is that their meat is edible. Besides, they also produce milk. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao thoughtfully and asked, do you want to build a ranch in the Calamity Ruins? Jiang Xiao nodded and said, the key is that we don't have to worry about them. We can just rear them freely. They produce and sell their own flowers by using their star techniques to create flowers for them to eat. My idea of building the Calamity Ruins has always been to use the sanctuary as a standard. Now, Gardener Skin has already built 2 small towns, an ancient city and a tree city. We can take this opportunity to build a ranch. Han Jiangxue thought about it and said, "It's better to be prepared than not." Xia Yan's eyes lit up, and she said, "We drank green plate milk this morning. Will we be able to drink it every day in the future?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "Sure, look for me if you want to drink milk in the future." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue chuckled and gestured to the huge field of flowers behind her. "Bring it back. It's fated with us." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "If you bring it back with such an attitude, I'll have to leave a mark on it lest I accidentally slaughter it and eat its meat in the future." Fortunately, Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue were not vegetarians, and they were both demons who had killed countless people. Hence, they didn't say things like cows are so cute. Why should we eat them? Jiang Shao and the rest returned to the huge field of flowers and found the flower tray cow that was eating flowers leisurely. Jiang Shao summoned Gardener Skin, who walked behind the flower tray cow and activated the Calamity Ruins training space. Jiang Shao strode forward and patted the big head of the flower plate cow with a smile. "Hello, let me take you to a good place." While speaking, Jiang Shao walked to the side of the flower tray cow, and green glow floated in his palm. So, the flower tray cow held a flower in its mouth and tilted its huge body before disappearing into the door of the Calamity Ruins training space. "Moo!" Gardener Skin hurriedly closed the door and clenched his fist tightly. He clenched his fist tightly. "I caught the Pokemon." A few minutes later, it started drizzling in the dimensional space of the purple field. Ever since the rain fell in this world, the sounds of moo moo could be heard from time to time in the fields of flowers. One after another, green tray cows and flower tray cows were sent into the Calamity Ruins by Jiang Shao. Gardener Skin's Calamity Ruins was more than 100 square meters. Although it was also 10 meters tall, Jiang Shao felt that it wouldn't be good if it was too crowded. Although they were docile, they were gold-quality creatures, after all. If they were to really fight, the gains would not make up for the losses. Xia Yan also generously contributed her Scourge's Ruin to help Jiang Shao steal the cow. 20 minutes later, the two of them entered Jiang Zhao's Calamity Ruins with a pile of cows in their space. He brought Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan along with him, one in each hand. Gardener Skin followed them because he had the space-time rift. Han Jiangxue stood steadily on the ground and looked around to see that it was a desert. She asked, "Where is this?" Jiang Shao turned around and gestured to the snow mountain behind him. He placed his hands on his hips and said, "Our house is 160 kilometers northeast of the entrance of the Calamity Ruins. Continue walking northeast, cross this snow mountain, and continue walking for more than 300 kilometers. That's it." Han Jiangxue thought about it and asked, "Isn't it too far?" Jiang Shao shook his head and explained, "I built some towns in the northwest and southwest of the entrance of the Calamity Ruins. It's good to be further away from that place. After all, the cows are too docile, and we all have the star technique teleportation. It'll be fine." As he spoke, Gardener Pai opened up his Calamity Shadow training space and walked in. Cows were also pushed out by thick and flexible tree branches and vines one after another. Jiang Shao had a peculiar expression on his face and turned to look at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" It was because Gardener Skin discovered that the terrain of his Calamity Ruins training space had changed. Jiang Shao said, "See for yourself." While speaking, the coiled cow that was pushed out by the vines seemed to be dissatisfied with the desert terrain beneath its feet. Hence, it activated its star technique. The desert trembled, as if something was about to break out of the ground. In just a few seconds, the terrain turned into mud, after which knee-high flowers grew and bloomed. The coiled cow was finally satisfied and continued to eat its flowers without paying any attention to them. Han Jiangxue sighed and said, "If we throw the coiled cow into the northwest of our country, the environment will probably improve quickly." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "You haven't been to the northwest, so you don't know. The environment in the northwest of China is great too, But it's not because of the cow's flowers and mud star techniques, but because of the other star techniques. However, our country still retains some deserts and desert terrains. They haven't been completely destroyed. Jiangshao. With brute force, Xia Yin pushed a green coiled bull out of her Calamity Umbra space with a look of surprise. My Calamity Umbra space has actually been transformed into a flower field by them. It's so beautiful. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Do you still want trees, lakes, and so on? I can make them for you now." "No, a flower field is good enough." As Xia Yin spoke, half of her body disappeared into the space gate, and she grabbed a bull's horn with one hand before pulling it out forcefully. She humphed and said, "I made a mistake in the flower field." Jiang Shao looked at her in astonishment and said, "Be gentle. Don't pull its horn off. If you anger it, the entire herd will explode." Xia Yin pursed her lips and said with a look of grievance, "They're so stubborn that they won't come out. What can I do? I can use frost wind to blow them away. But that star technique is too invasive and they'll explode even more. My green glow is of brass quality, so I can't push it that far." Jiang Shao said, "Come over and take a break. I'll use green glow." Han Jiangxue patted Jiang Zhao's head and said, "Your green glow has already annoyed them." Jiang Shao said, "In that case, I'll push them with the water of the tear field. That's just a small matter." Han Jiangxue strode toward Xiaoyan Space Gate and said, "I have flame rejection." Jiang Shao scratched the 3 bars on the side of his head and said, "Little Jiangxue, you can do it." On the gardener's side, thick and flexible tree trunks pushed and rolled up the cows, sending them out. On Han Jiangxue's side, the cows were pushed out one after another, kicking their hooves frantically. However, they discovered that they had been pushed into a blue sky, white clouds, and a sea of flowers. The 29th was Shrimpy's birthday, which was also Yu's birthday. For the sake of celebrating, there would be 8 o'clock on the day. Peak. Chapter 9:59. Jiang Shao was rich, really rich. In his Flower Sea Ranch, there were at least 2,000 cows, and the number was still increasing as everyone diligently transported them. Yes, Jiang Shao named his ranch Sea of Flowers Ranch because it was indeed a sea of flowers. Under this snowy mountain, there was a sea of blooming flowers. It was truly a beautiful sight. The barren land of the past had disappeared. This place had been transformed into a muddy land. Flowers bloomed wherever the flower tray cow went. It was simply perfect. At this moment, Jiang Shao was still in a state of stealing cows. When a number of cows was about the same, he would put the gardener's skin back and get it to surround the pasture with tall trees. That would be considered a clear plan. Jiang Shao didn't want to be too stingy. After all, he had a world, and the last thing he lacked was land. Hence, he planned to expand the boundaries of the forest. In this way, if 1,000 mu of pasture was used as a calculation, the gardener's skin would take a long time to cover up. It was fine. Anyway, the gardener's job was to make a living and engage in construction. Jiang Shao and the others once again returned to the Calamity Umbra world. He looked at the endless streams of green-coiled bulls and flower-coiled bulls being transported out of the Calamity Umbra space, and he nodded to himself. His trip to Guangxi province was too short. It was worth it. While pondering, Jiang Shao picked up the star bead in his hand and looked at the information in the internal star map. If one often walks by the river, how can one's shoes not get wet? During several attempts to steal the cows, the flowered and green-coiled cows also resisted fiercely, but they were all killed by Xia Yin. Green plate bull star bead, gold quality star bead, 1. Green disc. Allows the body to merge with the surrounding rocks, sand, and other backgrounds. Brass quality, 2. Green plow. With the user as the center, it extends in all directions, turning the ground into rocks and sand. Silver, 3. Debris flow. Manipulates sand and rocks to converge into a flow to attack the target. Gold, upgradable. Flower plate bull star bead, gold quality star bead. Tian-in. Merge your body with the surrounding flower background. Brass quality, 2. Flower plow. With the user as the center, it extends in all directions, turning the terrain into soil and growing beautiful flowers. Silver 3. Flower flow. Manipulates soil and flowers to converge into a flow to attack the target. Gold quality. The more Jiang Shao looked at the star technique, the more he felt that the creator was amazing. Strictly speaking, the habitat of the green coiled bull was different from that of the flower coiled bull. The green coiled bull couldn't make its own flowers, so it could leisurely eat grass. However, with the delicious star power flower, who would eat grass? Therefore, under normal circumstances, the green coiled bulls would blend into the territory of the flower plate bulls and coexist harmoniously with the flower plate bulls. Moreover, they would not forcefully change the terrain. Only when it encountered danger and needed to hide itself would it turn the sea of flowers into a rocky, sandy desert terrain. It's about time, right? Xue is tired, Xia Yin said as she turned to look at Jiang Shao, who seemed to be supervising her. Jiang Shao snapped out of his trance and looked around. Every time they opened the barn to graze the cows, they would be in different places. At this moment, the sea of flowers in a small area had already become a large one. Yes, Jiang Shao said embarrassedly. It's not easy for us to come here. Let's steal more. Let's go and warm a glass of milk for her. Xia Yin blinked, feeling a little curious about Jiang Zhao's suggestion. As he spoke, the thick tree trunk wrapped around a cow was sent out of the gardener's skin's dimensional space. The branches on the tree trunk also sent out a stack of stone bowls and a stone pot. Pick up some branches and use them as firewood, Jiang Shao said while placing the stone bowl in the pot. He then grabbed the side of the pot and clamped it to his waist. Let's go. Seeing that Xia Yin had picked up some tree branches, Jiang Shao grabbed her hand and dragged her away. Xia Yin subconsciously struggled to break free, but she soon snapped back to her senses and stopped rejecting him. The two of them looked around in the sea of flowers and cows. Jiang Shao licked his lips and pointed at a green coiled bull calf that was drinking milk. The structure of cows was also peculiar. The calf's horns were especially soft and would not hurt its mother. However, as it grew, its horns would become harder and harder. If its mother stopped feeding it milk, it would grow up and start eating flowers on its own. Xia Yin grinned and said, "Are you still human? Why are you snatching milk from a child?" Displeased, Jiang Shao retorted, "There are 4 heads for cows." While speaking, Jiang Shao slowly walked over with the pot, bent down, and plucked a small white flower. He then slowly brought it to the mouth of the green coiled bull. The green coiled bull looked down at Jiang Shao and rolled up the flower with its long tongue. It then took a big bite and made a friendly sound. Moo! Jiang Shao chuckled and stroked its face, after which he walked to its side and squeezed the calf beside him. "Make some space for me." The calf was speechless. Xia Yin squatted at the side and tilted her head curiously while watching Jiang Shao pondering about what to do. Soon, Jiang Shao began to milk the stone pot. "Start a fire. What are you waiting for?" Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the curious Xia Yin. "Oh." Xia Yin pulled out a death dagger and sliced the thick branches like a knife cutting through tofu. She then surrounded the wood and lit a flame in her hand before pressing it against the wood. On the other side, Jiang Shao had already squeezed out a small pot of milk with both hands. In fact, Jiang Zhao's hands and the calf's mouth took up a total of 3 heads. There was still 1 head left unoccupied on the other side. The gardener was already done with his work. He closed the space door and waited for a long time before Han Jiangxue walked out. He frantically waved his hand and said, "Let's go drink some milk." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. When Han Jiangxue and the gardener arrived, the small stone pot was already placed on the burning firewood. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin were sitting beside the pot and looking down at the bubbling milk in it. A few minutes later, Jiang Shao scooped a few bowls of hot milk and handed them to everyone. Moo! Behind him, the calf stumbled over and nudged Jiang Zhao's arm with its soft horns. Amused, Jiang Shao turned around and asked, "Do you like to drink hot milk too? Later, I'll drink another bowl. The rest of the milk in the pot is yours." While speaking, Jiang Shao turned around and saw Han Jiangxue sipping the milk, leaving a milky white stain on her lips. She stuck her tongue out and licked her lips with a satisfied expression on her cold face. It tastes different from the milk on earth. Xia Yin was much more unrestrained as she gulped down the milk in the bowl. She wiped her mouth with one hand and scooped another bowl from the pot. She then turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "It's too pure. I can't stand it. Can you add some water for me?" "Ah, sure." Jiang Zhao's eyes were red, but there were no dark clouds in the sky. He stretched his hand out, and some water droplets suddenly appeared around his palm before fusing into Xia Yan's bowl. Under the delicate control of Jiang Zhao's tears of domain, the milk in the stone bowl automatically swirled and stirred. After a while, Xia Yan couldn't help but want to drink it too. However, she thought of something and turned to look at Jiang Shao with a wary expression. "It's cleansing tears, not sorrowful tears, right?" Jiang Shao rolled his eyes at Xia Yan and took the stone pot down. He then placed it in front of the calf and ignored Xia Yan. Slurp. "Huh." Xia Yan smacked her lips and continued, "I want to drink it cold." Xia Yan then handed the bowl to Han Jiangxue and said, "I want it cold." Han Jiangxue's expression was exactly the same as Jiang Zhao's. She rolled her eyes at Xia Yan angrily, but she also reached out and placed her hand on Xia Yan's stone bowl. As the crushed ice spun in his palm, it melted into the milk along with some ice shards. A bowl of steaming hot milk turned into iced milk. Xia Yan gulped down the milk again and wiped her mouth with one hand. "Ah, it's so delicious. I'm dying." With that, Xia Yan fell backwards and lay on her back in the sea of flowers. Jiang Shao looked at his watch and said, "That's it. We've been here for almost a day. More than 4,000 cows are enough. Let's go back." Of course, there was no night here. There were always blue skies and white clouds everywhere. Hence, it was easy to forget the passage of time. "Okay, let's go." Han Jiangxue nodded. Jiang Shao stood up and kicked Xia Yan, who was lying on her back in the field of flowers while rubbing her stomach. "Get up, let's go home." "This is life," Xia Yan said softly with an intoxicated expression. "Next time, add some sugar and it'll be perfect." Jiang Shao was speechless. The cattle thief is back. Uncle Gu was still the one who picked them up, which made Jiang Shao feel a little embarrassed because they had been playing there for an entire day. "You're in a good mood." "Haha, the purple field is indeed beautiful. It's very suitable for star warriors like you to play," Gu Longtao said with a chuckle. The cattle thief, Jiang Shao, couldn't help but nod and smile brightly after hearing his words. The godfather of Yongcheng City, de Guevara, had once said many classic sayings that would be passed down in history. Jiang Shao agreed with him. "It's impossible for me to gain experience. It's impossible for me to gain experience in this lifetime. I don't know how to run a business either. All I can do is steal some cattle to make a living." Jiang Shao recited the Godfather's sayings in his heart while returning to the changing room. After taking a shower and changing, he put on a cap and a mask and walked out of the military camp under Uncle Gu's lead. Gu Longtao was still on a day off, but he had to wait there for an entire day. Jiang Shao and the rest felt a little apologetic, but what made them even more embarrassed was that Uncle Gu still arranged for dinner for them. Jiang Shao thanked him profusely. Uncle Gu's words at the dining table were filled with hope that they would take good care of Gu Shiren. "This is really my biological uncle." After returning to the hotel, Jiang Shao took a nice shower and lay on the bed while swiping his mobile phone. He communicated with the gardener and created the Flower Sea Ranch together. When it was close to 11 a.m., Jiang Shao heard a series of hurried knocks on the door. Jiang Shao hurriedly got up, put on his slippers, and quickly walked to the door. When he opened the door, he saw Gu Shi and standing in front of Jiang Zhao's door with a dark-colored box in one hand. Jiang Shao immediately realized something and opened his mouth. After a while, he looked at the box in Gu Shiren's arms and said, "You." Gu Shiren grinned, but his smile was a little forced. "A few slaps. It's worth it." Jiang Shao remained silent. It was not appropriate for him to say anything about his family's affairs. He just moved aside and let Gu Shiren in. Gu Shiren sat on the sofa in the living room and said, "Don't worry. This is with his consent." Jiang Shao, he really did not know what to say. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao sat next to Gu Shiren and said, green mountains, woods, lakeside, sea of flowers. What do you want? Gu Shiren tightened the box in his arms and said, I want them all. Jiang Shao stopped and was silent for a while. He gently patted Gu Shiren's shoulder and said, Let's go. As he said that, Jiang Shao walked to the center of the living room and stretched out his right hand. A space door opened. Gu Shiren hugged the box and stood up. He followed Jiang Shao and walked into the unknown space. Qingyu Year Dojin Creative Event. Everyone is welcome to write about it. The highest reward is 10 million flash recommendations plus 10,000 Jingdong card. Also, I recommend a good book, Journey to the Abyss. It's the work of a platinum godly house pig. The quality is guaranteed. Those who are interested can read it. Chapter 960. In the night sky, the stars were twinkling and the galaxy was dazzling. Gu Shiren looked at the towering stone pillars around him and the grayish-white ground beneath his feet, feeling the coolness. In Jiang Zhao's Calamity World, there was day and night, as well as the cycle of the 4 seasons. It was summer on Earth, and so was the Calamity World. However, the temperature was not too high, and it was rather refreshing, perhaps due to the high altitude. Jiang Shao pointed to the northeast and said, Walk 160 kilometers in that direction, and you'll reach my home. Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Shao silently and didn't say anything. He had a stomach full of questions, but he didn't ask. At this moment, he wasn't in a good mood. In fact, he was a bit irritated and didn't want to say anything. Jiang Shao placed a hand on Gu Shiren's arm and said, Let's go. Whoosh! The two of them appeared at the edge of a quiet forest, and behind them was a huge lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. In front of them, there was a 3-story stone building that stood there silently. Jiang Shao said, This is my home. I'm just here to show you the way. You can come and visit again in the future. Jiang Shao then continued to point to the northeast and asked, Do you see that snow mountain? Yes. Gu Shiren nodded, but he did not want to recognize his home at this moment. Hence, he tolerated it and did not interrupt Jiang Zhao's introduction. Jiang Shao said, After this snow mountain, walk 300 kilometers and you'll reach my newly established Flower Sea Ranch. As he spoke, a figure walked out of the stone villa. Gu Shiren turned around abruptly. He had the star technique perception and could clearly sense that someone had walked out. Hum! An ethereal voice came from behind him, drifting under the starry night sky, drifting far away. Gu Shiren's body tensed up. He knew that Jiang Shao would not harm him, but he did not dare to turn around. Instead, he stared at the figure in front of him. At the next moment, Gu Shiren's eyes suddenly widened. Another Jiang Shao? This Jiang Shao was wearing a camouflage uniform. Apart from the way he dressed, he was no different from the original Jiang Shao, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Jiang Shao placed one hand on the shoulder of the leather sparring partner and the other on Gu Shiren's arm. He said, This is the other me. He has the star technique to change the terrain into soil, flowers, rocks, and sand. We need him to build the surroundings of the cemetery. The star techniques of the green coiled bulls and the flowery coiled bulls had been absorbed by the sparring skin. Hence it came in handy. Bang! The lake water exploded. A huge fish flew out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it smashed towards everyone. Don't be afraid, Jiang Shao said softly. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand. The moment before the massive creature hit the ground, its cold and soft skin touched Jiang Zhao's palm, after which it turned into layers of rich star power that surged into Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Shao turned around, and behind him, the densely packed stars were still converging towards his tiny body. He smiled at Gu Shiren and nodded. There might be a lot of work to be done later. We need a lot of star power. Gulp. Gu Shiren's Adam's apple squirmed as he nodded dumbly. Was that gigantic creature a whale? What rank is this star pet with such an imposing aura and rich star power? Is Jiang Zhao's star slot enough? A few seconds later, everyone's figures flickered, and when they reappeared, they were surrounded by a herd of cows that were lying in the sea of flowers and sleeping on the ground. Gu Shiren and recognized the cows and the purple sea of flowers. Under the moonlight, it was quiet and the scene was beautiful. As early as when Jiang Shao introduced his other self who had the ability to change the terrain, Gu Shi, and had already thought about it a lot. It seemed that Jiang Shao had a plan for entering the purple field this time. Gu Shi and smelled the faint fragrance of the flowers and sighed gently. You insisted on going to the purple field because you want the star technique to change the terrain. Jiang Shao smiled and nodded. However, the voice of another Jiang Shao sounded behind the three of them. Apart from the star technique, I want to steal cows more. Gu Shi turned around and saw a Jiang Shao wearing a fisherman's hat and carrying a black and white candle. Behind the gardener's hat, there was also a snoring bear lying in the field of flowers. The snoring bear in the field of flowers was adorable, and the scene was so beautiful. Jiang Shao patted Gu Shi's arm and said, "Have you remembered the location? Your requirement is absolute silence, so the place I've chosen is still 300 kilometers northeast." Gu Shi didn't know what to say and simply nodded mechanically. Jiang Zhao's voice was very soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing the sleeping cows. Every time you worship, you have to climb over a snowy mountain, pass through this sea of flowers, and then move forward to cross the endless mountain range. The four of them flashed and disappeared. Gu Shi's vision became blurry, and this time he found himself on top of a mountain that was neither too tall nor too short. He had a wide field of vision. Jiang Shao asked softly, "Is this place okay?" Gu Shi felt a chill, and the temperature on the mountain was obviously different from that at the foot of the mountain. Although they were on the top of the mountain, it was still a relatively flat platform. Jiang Shao pointed to the north and said, "This is the north side of the mountain, the shady side. I will build a forest." He pulled Gu Shi around and looked to the south. "This is the sunny side. I will plant fewer trees and fill most of it with flowers." Jiang Shao thought about it and continued, "You said you want everything, so I will build a lake down there." Jiang Shao pointed in the direction of the river down the mountain and said, "Build a large lake along this river." Jiang Shao held the black and white candle in one hand and took a few steps forward. He stood at the edge of the cliff at the top of the mountain and said, "In the past few days, I have looked up some information about the graveyard. But there are too many things in it, and we are not experts. Of course, we will not publicize these things. We just want to feel at ease. I don't understand too many rules, but I understand a few phrases. The graveyard like silence sits in the north and faces the south, backs the mountain, and faces the water. As for whether is right or wrong, I don't know very well, so you will have to decide." Gu Shi hugged the box in his arms tightly and looked at Jiang Zhao's back. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Shao had already been doing all this silently. When did Jiang Shao start to dabble in this area? Did he start preparing after the conversation that night in Mohe Market? It seemed that Jiang Shao had already prepared everything and was just waiting for Gu Shi to agree. Gu Shi also knew that if he had not brought his mother here, perhaps Jiang Shao would never have told him about the hard work that he had put in behind the scenes. Gu Shi was silent for a long time and said softly, "Thank you. I will take your words as agreement. Then wait for me for a while." Jiang Shao threw the black and white candle to Gu Shi and, The black and white candle was so frightened that it jumped around, but it was caught by a big hand. The little candle struggled to raise its face and looked at Gu Shi, and with a curious expression, looking at the gloomy man. "You sit here and wait for a while." As he spoke, Jiang Shao, who was on the cliff, suddenly put on a black cloak and flew down the mountain. The gardener's skin, who was behind him, went all the way to the north, stretching out both hands. Small trees pierced through the ground and grew out, becoming thicker and taller. Wherever the gardener's skin went, a lush forest quickly formed. On the side, the gardener's skin also stretched out both hands and went all the way to the south. The ground under his feet became soft and turned into soil. In the blink of an eye, Gu Shi found that he was sitting in a flower field. Little Candle broke free from Gu Shi's embrace and hopped over to a flower that was swaying in the wind. Her two little feet hopped lightly as she opened her little mouth and ate a small white flower in one bite. Then, she chewed on it in small bites. Looking at this scene, even Gushuren, who was not in a good mood, could not help but show a smile. He stood up and walked to the edge of the mountaintop, looking down the mountain. Oh, on the side, the little candle hurriedly followed, as if afraid that he would leave. Gushuren could not help but sit down and pat its face. Where his hand touched, it felt cold. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A rumbling sound came from below. Gushuren turned his head and looked, only to see that in the distance, a large object had hit the ground heavily. This sound, he did not know if the faraway Flower Sea Ranch could hear it, and whether the cows could still sleep well. Jiang Shao was wearing a cloak and holding a blood-red giant blade in his hand, which he stabbed deeply into the ground. His figure flew quickly like a knife, cutting through tofu. After an unknown period of time, dark clouds covered the night sky, covering the bright stars. The sky was drizzling, but the area of the rain was not large. It seemed to only cover the area of the huge pit that had been dug out. In the blink of an eye, the drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. Gushuren sighed deeply and looked at the special scene of rain in the distance. His eyes tried to search for the small figure under the dark clouds. Far behind him, the sound of trees growing continuously could be heard. In all directions, there were beautiful flowers that were growing more and more luxuriant. Gushuren had too many doubts about everything that Jiang Shao had done. He tightened the box in his arms and silently lowered his head. No matter what at this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. This brother is worth it. Chapter 9:61. Time passed, and the sun rose. The dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed, and the stars were fading away. In the distant mountains in the east, the red sun slowly rose. In the south of the mountain, halfway up the mountain, there was a dense sea of flowers in a sparse forest. In a small, half-open stone house, Gushuren knelt on the ground and slowly placed the box that he had been holding all night into the small stone pit. Then, he casually picked up a neatly cut stone slab and covered the pit, making sure that there was no gap. Gushuren picked up a spirit tablet from the left and placed it in front of the hole. Looking at the words carved on the spirit tablet, his eyes gradually became blurry. Outside the small building, Jiang Shao was wearing a cloak and floating in the air. He looked around and heard a few muffled sounds. Soon, Gushuren walked out. He looked up and saw Jiang Shao in the air through the sparse leaves. Jiang Shao floated down and waved his hand to stop him from speaking. He said, "Do you remember this position? While I'm not here, you can find Garter Pie. Although his space-time rift can't bring people, you can enter his calamity ruins and have him send you here." Gushuren nodded silently and said in a low voice, "I understand." Jiang Shao paused and said, "Do you want to leave now? Or do you want to stay here a bit longer?" Gushuren said, "Right now, I have a lot of questions." "Okay." Jiang Shao put his hand on Gushuren and shoulder, and the two of them flashed again. When they appeared again, there was a towering, ancient building in front of them. On the huge city gate, there were 3 words, "Ye Ancient Tower." Jiang Shao said, "This is Ye Ancient Tower City. It is located at the entrance of the Calamity Ruins, 200 kilometers southwest. In the alien sphere, I met a group of highly intelligent monks. They're the creatures in the dimensional space at the top of the tower in the Central Plains province. In the alien sphere, they were very powerful and intelligent. They surrounded the ancient tower and built a city. I lived there for a while. Then, I took them in as disciples and started to teach them skills. But their city was destroyed by the fugitive clan of Yanzhou province. They're the skeleton clan of the Cave of Despair. So, this is the new home I built for them. If I get the chance, maybe I'll send them here." Gushuren looked at Jiang Shao in a daze, as if he was listening to a fantasy story. The next moment, Gushuren's vision blurred, and he found himself in a forest. Around them, there were many wooden houses. Occasionally, there were a few tree houses built on the tall trees. The roads were also very neat. Jiang Shao said, This is 200 kilometers northwest of the entrance of the Calamity Shadow. I wanted to call this place the White Birch Forest, but in fact it's a forest of trees. I can't create a white birch forest. In the alien sphere, I met a savage tribe. It was the savage tribe from the Arsenal dimensional space. At the same time, I also took them in as disciples and taught the swordsman, spearman, and female archer skills for about half a year. This was the forest tribe that I had prepared for them. Their homes hadn't been destroyed and were still quite safe, but it was better to be prepared. You and I both know the current state of the world, and I can see the trend of the alien spheres merging with Earth. If one day the two worlds really merge, their place will be occupied by humans. In order to avoid conflict, I have to give them another home. Gu Shi and had not become numb yet, and he was still receiving the information that Jiang Xiao was feeding him. However, this time, the so-called fantasy story seemed to be more believable. Would a lie become true if it was repeated a few times? Then, Gu Shi felt his vision blurred again. This time, however, it was no longer a stone town surrounded by walls. Jiang Xiao said, "Town number 1, 200 kilometers northwest of the Tree Forest tribe. This is the shelter that I built for humans. 50 kilometers northwest, there is also town number 2. I am currently researching how to supply electricity to this area. My stone villa has a generator, which is enough for the few of us to live here. But in an urban area like this, using a generator is not a long-term solution. I am still researching a plan. As for the overall plan of my Calamity world, the next step is to find a place to build a few orchards and plot out a few plots of farmland to plant some delicious food. Just as I said, it's better to be prepared." As he spoke, Jiang Xiao grabbed Gu Shi's arm, and the two of them returned to the stone building in front of the lake surrounded by trees. "Let's go in and talk." Jiang Xiao patted Gu Shi on the shoulder and suddenly said with a smile, "There are many houses here. I'll pick one for you. Before you reach the Starfall stage, you will be staying here." Gu Shi looked at the void scarecrows standing on both sides of the door of the villa, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Have you been exploring the alien spheres?" "Yes." Jiang Xiao gestured for Gu Shi to follow and said, "Today, the gardener is in charge of planting the trees, the sparring partner is in charge of building the flower fields, and there is also an explorer. At this moment, he is leading the team to explore the unknown territory. My star map is very useful, especially after I reach the threshold of star transformation. The 9 star maps can improve the quality of my star techniques. The other Jiang Xiao are all bait." Gu Shi frowned and said, "Bait? The white ghoul witch star beads decoy star technique. You have a decoy star technique?" Jiang Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "All the star techniques that you know about me so far are incomplete. My star map is very special. With the help of the star map, I have all the star techniques contained in a star bead." Gu Shi said, "All of them." Jiang Xiao said with certainty, "Yes, all of them. For example, you know that I will give blessings, but I have never displayed the decoy star technique before. Another example, you know that I have tears of cleansing and tears of sorrow, but I also have tears of field that I have never displayed before. Just think about it this way. Fill in all the star techniques that I have displayed in that star bead, and that will be my real list of star techniques." Gu Shi was dumbfounded. As they spoke, the two of them walked into the stone villa, but Jiang Xiao stopped in his tracks. At the next moment, a 1.9-meter-tall Gu Shi with a mischievous smile stood in front of Gu Shi. Even his voice was the same. Jiang Shi said, "The only star technique that I haven't displayed is the Earth Rose star technique that I absorbed when we were on a mission in Jindalai. Remember to fill this in." Gu Shi didn't know what expression he should have when facing Jiang Xiao. He was so stunned that he didn't say anything for a long time. All he knew was to follow Jiang Xiao and move forward like a puppet. In the midst of his astonishment, Gu Shi felt that something was amiss. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and took 2 steps back before tilting his head to look at a stone room. "Why is there a person receiving an intravenous drip here? Is this Jiang Xiao?" "This is a woman, isn't it?" Jiang Xiao said, "She's Martha Merida." Gu Shiren frowned. At this moment, his brain had received a large amount of information, and he felt that it wasn't enough. A few seconds later, he turned to look at Jiang Shi and said, "Your opponent in the individual round, the one who was abducted by the Star Conversion members during the competition?" "Huh, Star Conversion." Jiang Shi sneered and changed back to his original appearance. "You've only seen the first half of the story." Gu Shi watched as Jiang Xiao changed back to his original appearance. He couldn't accept the fact for a while. He thought that Jiang Xiao was already strong enough, but it turned out that what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. In just a few minutes, he had completely overturned everything he knew about Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao waved his hand and led Gu Shi into the living room. He said, "Come on, sit down and talk. We have a lot to talk about me and Star Conversion." Gu Shi plopped down on the sofa and looked at the ancient stone-built living room that was filled with modern furniture. He nodded gently and said, "Indeed, we have a lot to talk about." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "Gardener Pai will be here soon. I'll go pick up the two of them. They'll be worried if they can't find me so early in the morning." After saying that, Jiang Zhao's figure flashed and disappeared. Gu Shi sat in the empty living room and quietly looked around. After a while, he heard footsteps coming from outside the door. It was getting closer and closer. Jiang Xiao, who was wearing a fisherman's hat, walked in with 2 glasses in his left arm and a small plastic bucket in his right hand. Gardener Pai shook the plastic bucket and asked, "Do you want milk?" Gu Shi was speechless. Jiang Xiao also felt that his words were a little ambiguous. Hence, he added, "Milk. It's produced by calves." Gu Shi leaned forward and asked, "Are you Gardener Pai?" Jiang Xiao placed the glass cup and plastic bucket on the coffee table, stretched out his finger, and touched the front of his fisherman's hat. He said, "I can tell myself apart. I'm dressed like this so that you guys can tell me apart." Gu Shi asked, "Us?" While pouring the milk, Jiang Xiao said, "Yes, Xiaoyan, Han Jiang Shuiyu. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for everything you've done for me and for my mother." Gu Shi pursed his lips and said, "I know what I should do." Jiang Xiao grinned and interrupted Gu Shi. He then handed the glass to Gu Shi and said, "Come, have some milk. It's a specialty from your hometown. It's very pure. Everyone, please help little Jiang Xue to celebrate her birthday too. Of course, there will be an update on her birthday. Thank you, everyone. Apex." Chapter 962. Jiang Xiao, the gardener's skin, took a sip of milk, leaving a milky white milk stain on his lips. He licked it with his tongue and said, "How much do you know about the Star Organization?" With a sullen expression, Gu Shi said, "I didn't know much at first, but ever since the Cloaked Man appeared in the World Cup, I've gained a lot of knowledge. I never thought that there would be such a group of powerful criminals in this world." "Yes." Jiang Xiao nodded with a smile and said, "They have a prospective member who's still undergoing assessment. His name is Sophia." Jiang Xiao paused and said, "I killed him." Gu Shi looked at Jiang Zhao's smiling face and nodded gently. At this moment, Gu Shi wasn't surprised by what Jiang Xiao said, but he found it a little hard to accept. Jiang Xiao continued, "They have an official member called Ash." Gu Shi looked at Jiang Xiao quietly and waited for him to continue. Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "I killed him." Gu Shi's body trembled slightly. "Official member?" Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "He went to my house during the Lunar New Year. How can I spoil him?" While speaking, Jiang Xiao reached out and pointed to the west, where his room was. "The Star Organization member who kidnapped Martha is called Liana. I killed him too." Gu Shi took a deep breath. Gu Shi already had some speculations about Martha's existence, but he always felt that it was an unrealistic fantasy. However, he didn't expect Jiang Zhao's words to turn his fantasy into reality. Jiang Xiao said, "I've already gone against the Star Organization. Either they die or I die. So far, I seem to be living quite comfortably." Jiang Xiao then took another sip of milk. He suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. "Let's go, I'll show you something good." Jiang Xiao then put down the cup and walked out of the living room with Gu Shern. The three-story villa was located in the north and faced the south. On the left side of the door were 3 rooms, and on the right was a huge living room. There were 3 rooms on the left side. The room in the middle belonged to the gardener, and the innermost room was Martha's ward. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Xiao had too much bait, and it was indeed very costly. The building was so huge, and there were so many rooms. There was no need for Jiang Xiao to suffer. Besides, he didn't want to hug himself to sleep. The layout of the second floor of the villa was the same as that of the first floor. There were also 3 rooms on the left, which belonged to Jiang Xiao, Han Jiangxue, and Xia Yin respectively. On the right was a large training room and bathroom. There were 3 rooms on the left of the third floor and an open-air platform on the right. The structure was similar to that of Jiang Zhao's villa. Second last liked to stand at a high place with her hands behind her back and watch the world quietly. Hence, Jiang Xiao decided to give her a platform. After all, his family could afford it. One of the rooms on the third floor was reserved for second last, and one of the other 2 was temporarily vacant. The room in the middle had been transformed into an exhibition room by Jiang Xiao. This was where Jiang Xiao brought Gu Shern too. Gu Shern's footsteps stopped at the entrance. What he saw were many small stone pillars with glass boxes placed on top of them. Inside each glass box, there was a medal of merit and a matching medal certificate. The only special thing here was the World Cup trophy that Jiang Xiao had shamelessly asked for back. Jiang Xiao looked around and said, "This is the merit medal obtained from Killing Star conversion member Ash." Gu Shern stepped forward and looked at the exquisite crescent moon medal, as well as the certificate placed at the side. He then read the words on it softly. During the preparation period, you completed a special mission. You were well-organized, tenacious, fearless, and fought bravely. You made outstanding achievements in protecting the interests of the world, the country, the people, and the army. You have made significant contributions. You are specially awarded the Crescent Moon Medal. As Gu Shern looked at it, he discovered something incredible. He stepped forward and stood in front of another stone pillar. He lowered his head to look at the glass box on the stone pillar. First class full moon merit. Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment, but did not say anything. On the one hand, the Dragon Cave mission was indeed a top secret. On the other hand, when Jiang Xiao received the full moon medal, he did not feel any joy, but only pain. Gu Shern looked at Jiang Zhao's stiff facial lines and could tell that he did not want to mention the past. He also knew how difficult it was to obtain a first-class medal. In Gu Shern's mind, perhaps Jiang Xiao had lost a comrade during that mission. Xiaopi? Xia Yan's voice sounded from downstairs. Jiang Xiao rubbed his face and smiled. Every time I come here, I feel especially satisfied. I can't help but show off to you. Haha, come on, let's go down. Xia Yan stood at the door of the third room on the first floor and saw Jiang Xiao bringing Gu Shern downstairs. She also knew that Gu Shern had truly become a member of the team. However, Xia Yan did not say anything. She simply pointed at Martha's ward and said, "How did you take care of her?" Jiang Xiao was taken aback and said, "It's time to change the nutrient solution. You can't be so fast." Xia Yan frowned and said, "Change the bed sheets. It's so smelly." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "That should be from her excretion just now. When I took the milk just now, I deliberately glanced at her." Xia Yan covered her nose with one hand and said, "When we return to the capital this time, let's go buy some professional medical supplies." Jiang Xiao nodded in agreement. Xia Yan muttered, "She's really blessed. Even I haven't enjoyed such treatment." Jiang Xiao was amused and said, "If you're paralyzed and incontinent, I'll serve you too." Xia Yan raised her eyebrows and said, "Pfft, who are you cursing?" Jiang Xiao froze, seemingly sensing something. He then turned to look at Gu Shern and said, "Uncle Gu is here at the hotel. Go and say goodbye to him first. We're going back." Gu Shern nodded and said, "Okay, where are we going? I'll book the tickets while we're at it." Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "There's no need. We came to Yong City in Guishi because I haven't opened the map of this place. If we go back, We won't be taking a plane. I'll teleport you guys back. Gu Shiren was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao smiled and blinked his left eye before saying, "Global teleportation. I'll be there in a second. There's more you need to know. Go and say goodbye to Uncle first." Gu Shiren nodded dumbly and strode out. Xia Yin reached out to stop Gu Shiren and directly activated her Scourge Ruins. She said, "I'll teleport you to the entrance. It's 160 kilometers away from here. How many days do you have to walk?" Gu Shiren couldn't help but grimace and ask, "Can you teleport 160 kilometers?" Jiang Shao said that he could teleport globally because of the star map. Gu Shiren had to believe it even if he didn't want to. However, Xia Yin, can she teleport so far? What kind of godlike teammates are they? Xia Yin looked at Gu Shiren like he was a fool and said, "Can't I just teleport a few times? What's wrong with you? I remember that you have a high IQ. At least you got into the capital Star Warrior Academy on your own." Gu Shiren was speechless. Gu Shiren thought, "I'm not stupid. I just received too much information and I'm a little confused." Gu Shiren and Uncle bade farewell in private. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao waited in the room for a long time before Gu Shiren, who seemed to be in low spirits, appeared. The siblings didn't ask Gu Shiren what was going on. Jiang Shao also sent a message to Uncle Gu after throwing them into the Scourge Ruins and teleporting away. It wasn't that Jiang Shao didn't want to check out or pay for the room, but rather, Uncle Gu was too enthusiastic and took care of everything from the beginning to the end. In the Scourge Ruins, Gardener Pai dragged Gu Shiren into the Naruto training space while telling him stories. He also told him that he probably wouldn't be able to get out if he didn't reach Galaxy. At this point, Gu Shiren also embarked on the path that Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin had once taken and began training in the training room that was rich in star power. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin also entered the training space. Xia Yin had her own training space, but Han Jiangxue insisted on the three of them training in the same space. She even specially requested Xia Yin to train Gu Shiren. Gu Shiren was lucky. In the past, when Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue trained, they would mostly train their bodies by themselves. However, Gu Shiren had Xia Yin as his sparring partner. To be exact, he was hammered by Xia Yin. In just a few minutes, the shield was shattered one after another. Gu Shiren originally thought that it would take him a few years to get out, but at this moment, he changed his mind. He felt that he might not be able to wait until the day he could get out. Xia Yin is too reckless. Even Pai couldn't bear to watch anymore. In the end, he had no choice but to take over the sparring partner from Xia Yin. Outside the Scourge Ruins, Jiang Shao teleported away, but he didn't return to the capital. Instead, he went to the Beijiang Fan City military base. He still had a mission to submit and merit to earn. Jiang Shao hoped that there would be 3 more stone pillars and 3 glass boxes in his exhibition room. One of them was from Star Liona, and the other was from the consecutive champion. As for the third one, it should be a done deal. Qin Wangchuan had already indicated that he wanted to give the team a first-class merit. The Starfire medal finally had a backer. In Jiang Zhao's internal star map, there was a full moon medal and 3 crescent moon medals. The poor third-level Starfire medal was completely overshadowed. This time, the leader of the Wasteland Reclaimers, the first-class merit, the Wildfire medal, was finally going to support him. The transaction between Jiang Shao and Second Last took place in the mountain behind the Fun City military base. The environment there was excellent, with a blue sky and white clouds. In the forest, the sunlight shone through the sparse branches and leaves and shone on Second Last's tall body. The spot where Jiang Shao flashed was perfect. He appeared a few steps behind her and saw her standing with her hands behind her back. He also saw the dark red hairband on her low ponytail. "Captain Wan, how have you been?" Jiang Shao exclaimed, feeling a little cold even though he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Of course, it was still summer in Fan City in August, but the temperature was really low. It was just like a summer resort. Second Last sensed Jiang Zhao's appearance, but she didn't turn around and continued to look like an otherworldly expert. With her back facing Jiang Shao, she said calmly, "The higher-ups didn't agree to my application. Our team doesn't have this evaluation rule. Unfortunately, she was wearing a black camouflage uniform. If she were to wear a long dress, she would really look like an otherworldly expert. In Jiang Zhao's imagination, he couldn't imagine second last wearing a long dress. Wouldn't that style be a little too weird? Jiang Zhao scratched his head helplessly and said, "Oh, okay then." Jiang Zhao's heart was bleeding when he said that. What do you mean by okay? 3 words and 30,000 points were deducted. Damn it. Every word is worth 1,000 gold coins. Second last didn't say anything else. Jiang Zhao stared at her back and felt a little distant. How long has it been since the sparring partner left? Don't you recognize me? You don't even want to look at me? Jiang Zhao was very clear about his own position. After all, he was a SH*T shoveling officer. He had to coax her. Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, "I've prepared a gift for you." Second last turned around and glanced at Jiang Zhao from the corner of her eye. "Is it the gift that I thought it was?" "Ah, yes." Jiang Zhao stepped forward and said, "After this gift is given, there are still 10 more. When I get them in the future, I'll give them to you one by one." Upon hearing this, second last remained silent for a while before saying slowly, "I don't want a gift. You should bring me along." "Oh, I see." Jiang Zhao came to a sudden realization and thought, so that's why she's at odds with me. It's all Jiang Zhao's fault for chasing after her. Hence, he couldn't care less about anything else and forgot about the goddess of galaxy. Jiang Zhao walked towards her and patted her back gently before comforting her. "Okay, let's go together next time. Let's go together next time." Climax. Chapter 963. In the snow mountain of the Calamity Shadow world. Jiang Zhao and second last stood at the top of the snow mountain in a flash. Jiang Zhao's body was rather sensitive, and he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Hence, he couldn't help but shiver and point at a big tree in front of him. "I buried her under that tree." Second last took a few steps forward, knelt down, and wiped the snow with her hand. Unfortunately, she was not the Lich King, and hence, she didn't write anything. Instead, she wiped out a frozen dead hand. Second last's hands became as tough as steel, and she managed to dig Liana's corpse out in no time. Second last grabbed Liana's head and stood up. She then placed Liana's stiff face in front of her and scrutinized it quietly. "Phew!" Jiang Zhao rubbed his hands and spat out a mouthful of white smoke. He stared at second last, whose eyes were glistening and had no idea what she was thinking about. After a long while, second last remained in that position. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but feel a little flustered, and he asked softly, "Second last, the Star Conversion Organization is not only about destroying the missions carried out by the armies of the various countries, but also about snatching star beads and star pets and killing soldiers. The Star Conversion Organization is the source of fear and panic." Second last turned to look at Jiang Zhao and said, "Yeah, okay." Jiang Zhao nodded, unsure why second last wanted to give him a lesson. Second last carried the corpse and strode towards them. Her stiff facial features were actually as stiff as Liana's. Jiang Zhao subconsciously took a step back. Something like aura was invisible, but it did exist. At this moment, second last was a star warrior who was at the peak of the galaxy sea and a powerhouse who stood at the top of the world. Jiang Zhao was in his original body. Because it was his original body, second last didn't have to be gentle with him. Jiang Zhao felt a little regretful. He felt that he should have asked Decoy to bring her here. Second last stood in front of Jiang Zhao and looked down at him. "You've obtained a lot of honors, but everyone in the Star Conversion Organization has a more glorious history and battle achievements than you do." "Yeah." Jiang Zhao looked down at the corpse in her hand. Second last continued, "You've lied to the world and concealed your strength, but no matter how many times you try, you won't try again. I don't know how you killed her, but if I'm not mistaken, it should be a star technique of the Rain of Tears series." "Yes." Jiang Zhao nodded. "Putting aside Sophic, you killed Ash with the Rain of Tears and Liana with the Rain of Tears." Second last looked at Jiang Zhao, who was looking down, and said slowly, "In particular, You completed this mission in the country of will. The star technique Rain of Tears is only produced in China. Jiang Xiao nodded, seemingly deep in thought. He pushed her lower abdomen with one hand and pushed her back. Second last seemed to have realized that she was being too domineering and not behaving like a meritorious person. However, Jiang Zhao's life was the most important factor that she considered, not his attitude. Second last continued. That's enough to explain a lot of information. Among the players participating in the World Cup, only you and Zheng Xiao, the female soldier from Xiangnan, possessed the star technique Tear Shower. No one thinks that Zheng Xiao has the ability to defeat Liana. Jiang Xiao nodded silently. Second last said, I saw the news that day. On the day that Liana abducted Marta, there was a storm in Belan City for an entire day. However, Jiang Xiao had only started the storm, and the storm that followed was out of his control. It was a natural rain. Jiang Xiao only had the ability to summon the rain, but not the ability to disperse it. Jiang Xiao said, I know, I might have indeed been noticed. It can't be helped. I have to do my best to deal with such people. Second last pressed her other hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said in a hoarse voice, I'm just a decoration. Yeah, Jiang Xiao said awkwardly. No. How can you be a decoration? Second last said, you have the time to summon your sparring partner, so you have the time to summon me. Ah, I was wrong, all right? I'll be more careful next time. I'll definitely be more careful next time. Jiang Xiao muttered softly. Jiang Xiao murmured softly, don't talk about me. I've just won the championship and completed such a mission. Give me some face. Second last clenched her fists on Jiang Zhao's shoulders, seemingly trying to suppress her emotions. A few seconds later, she slowly released her grip and said softly, Okay, you've done a good job. Jiang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, By the way, her daughter is in my hands. She's just a soulless body now. Second last asked with a rare tone of voice, Huh? Jiang Xiao explained to second last, and then brought her to the ward on the first floor of the villa. On the hospital bed, Gardener Pai had just changed the bed sheets and was helping Marta to lie down. Second last stared at Marta with a bewildered expression. Jiang Xiao said, You've seen a lot. Give me some advice. Are there any star techniques that can control the body? Marta's soul has been shattered and she has been completely freed. This body is a living shell and her star techniques are of extremely high quality. The combination is very reasonable. Second last shook her head and said, Corpses can be manipulated. There's some star techniques that can do that, but they're only limited to corpses and only the control of the body. They can't be used to control the star techniques in her body. Second last suddenly paused. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and turned to look at second last. What did you think of? Second last said, Can't you turn into a star map? Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Second last said, You just said that Liana tried to occupy this body by turning star techniques into martial arts. Jiang Zhao's expression changed. In the end, he said rather helplessly, It's very difficult to turn a star into a martial art, especially in a situation like mine. I don't even have to think about it. I definitely won't be able to understand Liana's cloak star map. Jiang Xiao only had one chance to advance to the Star Sea realm and gain enlightenment. Of course, he had to leave it for the 9-star maps. He couldn't afford to waste the opportunity to gain enlightenment for the sake of a Star Sea warrior. Besides, Jiang Xiao had only taken a glance at the battlefield and noticed that Liana's star map resembled the soul of the Sea Devourer. However, he wasn't sure if it was really the soul of the Sea Devourer. If Jiang Xiao were to turn into a star map, he would definitely follow the train of thought of the soul of the Sea Devourer. What if Liana's cloak was not the soul of the Sea Devourer at all? Based on Jiang Zhao's understanding of the star techniques of creatures like the soul of the Sea Devourer, he knew that such creatures did not have any star techniques that could devour souls or take over bodies. They only had star techniques that could devour and melt the enemy's body. Hence, Liana's star map was probably not the soul of the Sea Devourer, and it was just similar to the cloak. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Jiang Xiao had done a lot of research on both the Flower Blade star map and the withering bow star map. The flower blade star map was very successful because of Jiang Zhao's mastery of the giant blade technique. In fact, he didn't even need to be enlightened. As for the withering bow star map, Jiang Zhao copied it bit by bit after figuring out the specific function of Homing's star map. Jiang Zhao had only seen Liana's cloak star map once on the battlefield, but he didn't know the principle behind it. Firstly, he didn't have the confidence to copy the image of the cloak. Secondly, he didn't have the confidence to impart the essence and principle of the cloak into it. Second last looked at Jiang Zhao and said, "You're in trouble." Jiang Zhao sighed and said, "It's not feasible." Second last nodded and seemed to have lost interest. She said, "Keep it then. This world is very magical and everyone's star map has a different function. We'll talk about it again when you have a perfect plan." "Okay." Jiang Zhao nodded and suddenly thought of a person's face. His Highness Prince Kong Beiyu. His star map was that of a ghost with long hair. What's the function of his star map? At this moment, Jiang Zhao, who had been through a lot, was full of awe and respect for soul star maps. Most people's star maps were weapons, animals, plants, or even insignificant items. Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map, Beiyu's ghost star map, and Liana's star map, which was similar to a cloak but was essentially a ghost star map, should be the highest level star map among star warriors. Okay, Jiang Zhao had no choice but to nod and turn around. He then said softly, "By the way, I have to tell you something." Second last asked, "What is it?" Jiang Zhao said, "I have to make a trip to China to take in a disciple." As soon as he said that, Jiang Zhao clearly sensed second last's abnormality and she clenched her fists, which were holding onto Liana's head. Jiang Zhao frantically said, "Be gentle, don't crush it." Second last frowned and loosened her grip a little. Jiang Zhao said, "The dragon cave hasn't been opened yet, has it? When the dragon cave opens and the mission comes, you can summon me directly. I'll leave a decoy for you to train with. I guarantee that I'll appear by your side before you even finish speaking." Second last asked, "What disciple?" Jiang Zhao said, "It's Yi Qingchun, my teammate who participated in the World Cup. She wants to learn the skills of the heavenly halberd from me." Second last asked, "Why are you wasting time?" Jiang Zhao said cautiously, "This matter has already been decided during the World Cup. I don't want to stand her up." Putting aside the reason, there was already an outcome. Second last also knew that Jiang Zhao was a person who believed in promises, and she didn't want him to break his life creed. Second last took a deep breath and said stiffly, "Since you have your own considerations, I won't stop you." At this moment, second last finally felt what Qin Wanchuan felt. It was a feeling of not being able to control his subordinates. "So, this is how it feels. Thank you for your understanding. I'll leave a decoy for you to train with," Jiang Zhao said cautiously. Second last waved her hand, and a calamity shadow space portal appeared beside her. Gardner Skin appeared quietly and also opened the calamity shadow space portal, after which Gu Shi, who was happily sparring with him, scurried away. Gu Shi carried his shield and watched in bewilderment as Gu Shi scurried away, wondering what new tricks the toxic healer was up to. To his surprise, Gu Shi scurried away and jumped out of the calamity shadow space portal, never to return. Gu Shi scratched his head and wondered, "What's going on? Ah, no one wants to spar with you anymore? I'll help you. I love to bully noobs." Xia Yin exclaimed, drawing closer and closer. Flowers danced on the platinum path created by the sword ray. Gu Shi's face turned bitter, and he thought, "Don't." Bang! Gu Dedun's shadow shield shattered, and he was sent flying by Xia Yan's sword. On the other side, Gu Shi scurried out of the calamity shadow space portal and suddenly knelt on the ground while pressing his hand against the stone ground. Second last stared at Gu Shi's scurrying body quietly, wondering what he was doing. Whoosh! However, he saw that the sparring partner's leather palm was pressing on the ground, and in a radius of 10 centimeters, the ground became muddy. Then, from the muddy ground, a pale white flower slowly grew out, its shape very much like a lily. Gu Shi's scurrying body put away his star technique, plucked the flower, and handed it to second last. Here, this is for you. Don't be angry. Slightly stunned, second last looked at Jiang Shao and then at the white flower. After hesitating for a while, she finally reached out and grabbed the flower. She then placed it near her nose and sniffed it gently, only to smell a faint fragrance. Oh my God! The two Jiang Zhaos had peculiar expressions on their faces. At this moment, second last was holding the corpse in one hand and the flower in the other. She was closing her eyes and smelling the fragrance of the flower leisurely. It was a peculiar sense of beauty. Finally, second last opened her long and narrow eyes and glanced at Jiang Shao before assuring calmly, "Okay." She seemed to have acknowledged him and also seemed to be expressing that she wanted to let bygones be bygones. Jiang Shao understood the logic behind it. No matter how good their relationship was, he still had to give her a way out. Regardless of what the sound represented, she was indeed in a much better mood. Gusher chuckled and said, "This flower tastes even more fragrant and sweet." Second last did not suspect anything. She opened her mouth and gently bit off a petal before chewing it. "Kacha!" Jiang Shao held onto his mobile phone and snapped a photo. He didn't manage to capture the scene of the ferocious lynx sniffing the flower, but he definitely couldn't let go of the scene of it eating the flower. Jiang Shao was about to develop the photo and hang it in second last bedroom. Chapter 964. Jiang Shao did not go directly to Zhongyuan province. Back during the 2017 World Cup, Jiang Shao had teamed up with Hong Mingming and Zhao Wenlong under Fang Xinyan's lead and went to Shudu City in Zhongyuan province to prepare for the preliminary competition with the national team. They also went to the top of the ancient tower to familiarize themselves with the characteristics of the creatures there. In other words, Jiang Shao had seen the map of Shudu City before. Yiqingqin's home was located in Luoyi City in Zhongyuan province. It would only take more than an hour to take the high-speed rail from Shudu City. In order to give Gu Shuren enough time, Jiang Shao and Yiqingqin agreed to carry out the apprenticeship ceremony on August 15th. Jiang Shao and the others stayed in Guishi province for 2 days, so it was only August 10th now. There were still a few days before the apprenticeship ceremony. Jiang Shao wanted to make full use of the time and hence decided to go to Shadow Cave in Tianjin. At this moment, there were only 3 diamond quality star beads in Jiang Zhao's internal star map, namely the Lava Ghoul, which star beads, Bell, Imprint, the Savage, which star beads, Nostalgia, Dawn, and the Fallen Shadow, which star beads, Enmity, Countercurrent Light, Sound of Silence. In just 5 days, the Silver quality Lava Ghoul, which star beads, and Savage, which star beads, probably wouldn't be able to be upgraded to star quality. However, he could still work hard on the Gold quality Fallen Shadow, which star beads. As long as Jiang Shao poured some into it, the Gold quality Fallen Shadow, which star beads, would become Platinum quality. 10 Platinum quality Fallen Shadow, which star beads, would allow him to increase by 1 Diamond quality. Hence, 100 star beads would allow him to advance to the star quality. Jiang Shao was still looking forward to seeing how the star quality Sound of Silence would change. Hence, Jiang Shao teleported to the suburbs of Tianjin City, where he passed by a forest when the soldiers were picking them up. He didn't dare to teleport directly into the Shadow Cave military base, or even near the base, for fear that he would be in big trouble. Jiang Shao used his mobile phone to hail a cab and frantically increase the price. Finally, an online cab was willing to pick him up, but he had to wait for half an hour. Feeling bored, Jiang Shao used the gardener's skin to converse with them while moving all the training equipment on the second floor of the villa into the Calamity Shadow training space for Gu Shuren. Jiang Shao planned to ask Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin for help, so Gu Shuren had no choice but to train by himself. One was the Star Ocean God of War, and the other was the Star Ocean Archmage. He had to make good use of these 2 blades. However, it was a good thing for Gu Shuren, and because Xia Yin was too reckless and ruthless. Gu Shuren could not remember how many times he had been hit by the air wall. Be it Han Jiangxue or Xia Yin, they had both trained like crazy in the Calamity training space alone. Gu Shi and also followed in their footsteps and began his journey of struggle. Jiang Shao finally got a ride and headed straight to the Shadow Cave military base that instructor Jiang Hong had once brought them to. Before the taxi reached the gate of the base, it was stopped at the first checkpoint. Feeling helpless, Jiang Shao had no choice but to get out of the car and take out his military identification card. The soldier standing guard took the certificate and opened it. He was shocked. Seeing that there was no one else around, Jiang Shao took off his mask and hat and nodded at the soldiers. "Sir, what are your instructions?" The soldier immediately saluted. Jiang Shao hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Nothing much. Give me a car, I'll go to the Shadow Cave for a walk." Jiang Shao also boarded the car successfully. What was more interesting was that the little soldier who was driving turned out to be his fan and was frantically discussing the World Cup with Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao successfully entered the Shadow Cave with the help of his identification card. Be it his military identification card or his face, the soldiers stationed in the Shadow Cave gave him a lot of respect. After all, Jiang Shao had just won the double championship a week ago. Jiang Shao was rather familiar with the Shadow Cave, which was located on the third underground floor of the base. When he returned to the wilderness again, Jiang Shao felt like a lifetime had passed. Previously, when the Star Warriors and the other three entered the base, they received a temporary mission to help search for several teams of soldiers who had lost contact with them. Jiang Shao did bring back a few soldiers, but most of them were the corpses of the soldiers. The disgusting fallen shadow demon had the star techniques of depriving souls and manipulating corpses, which made the Shadow Cave much more dangerous. This time, when the soldiers saw Jiang Shao heading there alone, they tried to persuade him again and again. However, Jiang Shao had a special status in the Guardians of the Night, and the soldiers failed to persuade him even after he entered the Shadow Cave and flashed away. In front of a cave far away from the entrance of the space gate, Jiang Shao opened his own space gate and called out his two god-level fighters, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan. Xia Yan walked out of the space gate of the Calamity Shadow world and looked around with a look of disgust on her face. This place again. Clearly, after the previous trip to the Shadow Cave, she didn't have a good impression of this place. A black cloak floated out from Han Jiangxue's side and slowly draped over her body. She said softly, "We have 5 days. Hurry up." Upon hearing her words, Xia Yan also summoned her Soul Devourer of the Sea and draped it over her body. Not only did Jiang Shao summon his Soul Devourer of the Sea, but he also summoned Ying Bear. Since there was no meat shield in the team, Ying Bear was of course the best meat shield. Jiang Shao tried his best to raise his hand and put the black and white candle on Ying Bear's head. He said softly, "Little candle, use ice." Once the ice chill was used, the baby bear suddenly woke up, and its sleepy eyes suddenly became much clearer. Jiang Shao patted Ying Bear's back and said, "When you transform, try not to use your star techniques of iron-eating mythology. If you do, remember to list us as allies." Ying Bear moaned. Hee. Jiang Shao raised his hand and rubbed the bear's furry face forcefully. It had grown much taller, and if it were to walk upright, it should be more than 2 meters tall. Ying Bear nudged Jiang Shao with its head in displeasure. However, be it its furry head or the black and white candle on its head, they were all very soft and bouncy. Hence, Jiang Shao didn't feel any pain at all. "Let's go." Jiang Shao patted Ying Bear and turned around to look at the 2 women who were also wearing cloaks. He smiled and said, "The 3 of us look more and more like an evil organization. This black cloak is too stylish." Xia Yan raised her hand and extended her fair and tender palm out of her wide sleeves. She pulled her hood up and revealed a pair of menacing eyes. She said, "In that case, give 1 to Gu Shi and 2. Let's form a big cloak organization." Jiang Shao was speechless. She's really a genius at naming things. Big rainbow diamond. Big cloak. If we really do it according to your ideas, my reputation as the king of toxic healers will be reduced by half. It's really doable. Xia Yan seemed to be very interested in Jiang Zhao's words. There are 12 people in Star Conversion. Shall we recruit 12 people too? Han Jiangxue said calmly. We're soldiers, not civilian organizations. Jiang Shao slowly floated up and caught up with Ying Bear. He said, besides, there are only 10 people left in star conversion. Behind him, the two of them also floated up slowly and entered the catacombs. There was another advantage to letting the bear take the lead, and that was that it was wearing a candle hat. Jiang Shao said, use the star technique of light. The candlelight cap on the bear's head burned even more fiercely, lighting up the pitch-black underground cavern. 5 days, 100 fallen shadow, which star beads? As it turned out, 4 days was enough. There were 100 fallen shadow, which star beads, and more than 400 fallen shadow warrior star beads, more than 100 fallen shadow thorn star beads, and 6 fallen shadow demon star beads. The gold-quality shadow warrior and shadow sting wouldn't be able to cause much trouble for Xia Yan. The problem was that no matter how fast Xia Yan killed, she wouldn't be as fast as Han Jiangxue. Due to the restrictions of the terrain, Xia Yan's star technique, Rain of Tears, could not be used there. Without the field tears, she would lose her omniscient ability to the world. Under the circumstances where the halo of nostalgia only provided star power, and she didn't have to worry about her physical strength overflowing, Han Jiangxue almost killed her way through the entire shadow cave. What she had left behind were not only corpses, but also nightmares one after another. The Starry Sea Archmage was really not to be trifled with. At this moment, the team was no longer the same team that was trembling in fear 2 years ago. They had grown too quickly. How could a group of top-notch star warriors who could go to the Dragon Cave be thwarted in the small shadow cave? Only when they encountered the extremely rare Platinum Fallen Shadow Fiend would the party's killing speed slow down a little. But that was all. The Corpse C tactic was meaningless to them, and Han Jiangxue, who had been using the star technique of incineration, purification, made everyone in the team no longer afraid of the Fallen Shadow Witch's silence. On the contrary, Jiang Zhao's silence made the enemies unable to retaliate because they had not been purified yet. It was worth mentioning that Han Jiangxue had been hit by it before. Jiang Zhao's field tears could only sense within a radius of 8 meters because his field tear water ball could only manipulate the water droplets within an 8-meter radius. Hence, he did not immediately find the fallen shadow, which was hiding in the dark. Hence, he did not throw out Sound of Silence. On the other hand, the fallen shadow, which that was hiding in the dark, was quickly dispelled by Han Jiangxue's star technique, Incinerate. The ice roar that Han Jiangxue threw out brushed against the fallen shadow witch. The damned fallen shadow, which had been using the star technique of enmity all this while. Han Jiangxue felt dizzy and vomited, of course. That was just a small episode that only happened once during the 4 days of frenzied killing. Jiang Shao had also been using the star technique of enmity, but he was protected by layers of protection. He would occasionally be hit by Sound of Silence, but he did not trigger the star technique of enmity at all. It couldn't be helped because the probability of triggering it was too low. For days later, in the cave illuminated by the white candlelight, there was a pile of broken limbs and corpses covered in frost. Jiang Shao stood in the sea of blood and corpses, took out a star bead, and said, "It's almost time." "Okay." Han Jiangxue let out a soft snort, while Xia Yan wiped the blood off her face without saying a word. The environment could affect a person, and when fighting in the dark cave, his ears were constantly filled with hoarse and gloomy roars. Compared to such a battlefield, the battle in the World Cup was really too enjoyable. As the star bead in his hand shattered, a few pieces of information appeared in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Enmity upgraded. Star quality. Countercurrent light upgraded. Star quality. Sound of Silence upgraded. Star quality. Jiang Shao clenched his fists and watched as another diamond-colored star slot turned into a star in his internal star map. His heart was filled with satisfaction. Chapter 965. Jiang Shao hurriedly looked at the introduction of his own star technique. Before he could fully read the introduction of enmity, he saw the conspicuous 5%. It's still 5%? The probability of triggering is too low. Jiang Xiao looked upset and thought, you hit me 20 times before I can activate it. It's fine for rules awakened to attack, but for Xia Yan, a star warrior, she might be able to shatter Jiang Xiao with a single star transformation. Where'd I get the remaining 19 hits? When Jiang Xiao carefully read the introduction of the star technique enmity, he was slightly dumbfounded. Stars enmity. When attacked by an enemy, there is a 5% chance of adding a fixed negative state to the enemy. Passive technique, active activation, continuous consumption of star power, list of negative states to choose from: 1. Burn 2. Freeze 3. Paralysis 4. Poison 5. Sleep 6. Confusion. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Fixed negative state? My own choice. What about nausea and vomiting? Where are they? Are they included in the list of poison? Jiang Xiao understood the others, but what the hell is sleep? I'm fighting with someone, and it's very intense. During the fight, the other party falls asleep? Jiang Xiao thought to himself, and there was really a tick under sleep on the list of options. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and looked at the two of them in a daze. Han Jiangxua looked at Jiang Xiao's dumbfounded expression and asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Xiao said, "The 3 star techniques of the fallen shadow, which star bead, should all be stars." Han Jiangxua said with a hint of admiration in her eyes, "Okay, do you have any doubts?" Jiang Xiao said, "I feel that something's not quite right." Jiang Xiao then opened the door of the Calamity World and said, "Let's go in and test it out. It's safe inside." While speaking, Jiang Xiao tried his best to pick up the humming bear as if he was hugging a large plush doll. He then took the lead and flew in, followed by the rest. The humming bear wriggled its round body and rubbed against Jiang Xiao affectionately. Jiang Xiao wasn't sure if it was acting coquettishly or if its back was itchy and it was rubbing against him like a tree. After everyone entered the shadow of Calamity Ruins, Jiang Xiao gestured Xia Yin and said, "Goddess Yin, come and hit me a few times." As soon as Xia Yin heard the way Jiang Xiao addressed her, she immediately kept her guard up. She knew that Jiang Xiao was up to no good and naturally deduced which of his 3 star techniques required him to be beaten up to trigger. Xia Yin asked, "Are you going to resent me?" "Ah." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Don't worry, it's fine. I'm a medical awakened, and I can purify it. Come." Humph. Xia Yin really spoiled Jiang Xiao. She strode towards Jiang Xiao and smacked his head. Jiang Xiao reached out and stopped him. "Thugs." Xia Yin humphed and said, "You're just asking for interest. You're using me to experiment on your star techniques. Aren't you going to let me have fun?" Jiang Xiao looked at Xia Yin in disdain and said, "What's there to enjoy? Fighter." Xia Yin held Jiang Xiao's hand and rolled up the wide sleeve of the sea-devouring robe. She then bit it and said, Jiang Xiao was in so much pain that he took a deep breath. His endurance was different from Body of Steel. Jiang Xiao would indeed not get hurt, but he could still feel it. Besides, his skin was not made of steel. His skin and flesh were still in a normal state. Xia Yin did not know what was waiting for her. She only knew that it felt great to bite someone. The more she bit, the happier she felt. The feeling of being unrestrained was great. She didn't have to be afraid that Jiang Xiao would get hurt. Is this the thrill of a husky tearing down a house? No wonder they like to bite slippers, sofas, paper, and bed sheets. Jiang Xiao activated his star technique, enmity, while Xia Yin integrated all the resentment she had towards Jiang Xiao over the years into the process of biting. As she bit Jiang Xiao's star technique, enmity was triggered. A second ago, Xia Yan's eyes were filled with satisfaction and desire for revenge. At the next second, she blacked out and fell to the ground. Jiang Xiao reacted quickly and hurriedly held onto Xia Yin. Jiang Xiao said, "How can you, the soul of the sea devourer, be a pet? Your owner is about to fall to the ground. Can't you bring her body up?" Xia Yin, who was wearing the soul of the sea devourer, remained silent while the 2 tiny hands at the collar trembled as she accepted the criticism. The soul of the sea devourer in Xia Yan's body had been taught a lesson by Jiang Xiao and his sea-devouring robe for more than half a year. Although Xia Yin was its owner, Jiang Shao had the same status in its heart. Of course, Xia Yin was still the priority. After all, it was Xia Yan's pet. Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yin, who had fallen asleep in his arms, and reached out to pat her face. Xia Yin? Xia Yin? Yeah, Xia Yin opened her sleepy eyes and let out a sluggish moan. She looked at Jiang Zhao's face in a daze and suddenly shuddered. She stood up abruptly and scanned her surroundings. Xia Yin asked with a look of shock, "What happened just now?" The negative star technique triggered by enmity can be chosen now. Jiang Shao smiled and patted her shoulder. "If you ever have insomnia again in the future, just come and hit me." Xia Yin stared at Jiang Shao in shock and said, "I thought I was going to be burned, electrocuted, and frozen. So, I bet you really hard. Your enmity has been upgraded to making others fall asleep? Is this considered a negative state?" Jiang Shao said, "Yes, I suddenly fell asleep while fighting. Of course it counts." Xia Yin stared at Jiang Shao for a long time before saying, "You're so vicious. You're getting more and more vicious." It's really odd. If such a situation were to happen in the World Cup, the national team members who had been placed with infinite expectations would probably be criticized by the people of the world for falling asleep while fighting. They would probably be drowned in the spit of their own people when they return home, right? People can accept failure, losing their combat power, and even death, but what's the big deal about falling asleep? Are you pretending to be asleep? We're fighting so intensely, and you're just going to lie on the ground and pretend to be asleep? It's better to admit defeat openly than to pretend to be asleep. Han Jiangxue had a peculiar expression on her face, too. She knew that her brother was vicious, but making others fall asleep was beyond vicious. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Jiang Shao felt a little embarrassed and said, "It should be a new negative state after the upgrade. Our country has done thorough research on the star technique enmity. There's no such negative state as lethargy." "Han," Jiangxue asked, "what about the other two star techniques?" Jiang Shao looked at the introduction of countercurrent light in his internal star map and realized that the introduction of the star technique did not seem to have changed. Star countercurrent light throws out several rays of light that continue to exist, allowing the connected targets to share vitality and star power. Is it still sharing? Would the side with more vitality and astral power flow toward the side with less vitality and astral power? Jiang Shao thought that would be like nostalgia, which could change the rules. In that case, when did the qualitative change of countercurrent light occur? Was it when the creatures of other dimensions could be fed to them for an upgrade? Since the introduction remained the same, it meant that the number of pipes of countercurrent light had increased and the flow rate had increased, right? Jiang Shao thought to himself and turned around to face an empty spot. He then stretched his hand out, and in an instant, a pitch-black ray of countercurrent light was thrown out. 9 rays of light shot into the distance. Huh. Under the curious gaze of the humming bear, Jiang Shao extended his hand again with a bewildered expression, but there was no more light. What does that mean? The number didn't increase? Where did it change? Jiang Shao looked at the introduction again, only to discover that there were a few words that were different. Connecting targets to share vitality and star power? In other words, one of the parties in countercurrent light might not necessarily be Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and reached out his right hand to aim at her. Then, Jiang Shao waved his left hand abruptly and moved it towards Xia Yin. He saw a pitch-black line connecting Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and thought, "Is this real?" Jiang Shao moved his palm again and pulled out a pitch-black countercurrent light from Han Jiangxue's body, which he then connected to the humming bear's body. Ah, this is very comfortable. That way, the star-filling bead no longer needed to pass through his body to replenish vitality and star power for his allies. Similarly, it no longer needed to flow through his body. The most terrifying thing was that Jiang Shao could hide in the dark and kill others. Even the powerful members of the star conversion team would not be able to escape after being controlled by Jiang Zhao's sound of silence. Jiang Zhao's countercurrent light would connect the star conversion team member to a corpse or a brass star beast. Wouldn't the star power of the star conversion team member be emptied very quickly? If it was connected to an enemy and a corpse, wouldn't the vitality of the enemy decline rapidly and dissipate? TSK, I'm really getting more and more vicious. This new change is not bad. Han Jiangxue nodded and asked, what about sound of silence? Are there any changes? Star's sound of silence consumes a large amount of star power and stops all sounds, prevents all targets in a specific area from using their star techniques, and causes the area to have a certain confinement effect. Causes the star power of all targets in the area to go berserk and cause a heavy blow to the target. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. The introduction remained the same. Is the qualitative change of sound of silence in the diamond quality? Yes, it has an additional confinement effect. Every time Jiang Xiao was able to kill those of a higher level, the confinement effect of sound of silence had helped him a lot. Without this effect, at least the 2-star conversion team members would have quickly left the sound of silence and wouldn't have been drenched in tears. Jiang Xiao stretched his hand out and aimed it at a stone pillar in the distance. Then, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he said, the range is controllable. The largest diameter is 10 meters, and the smallest. Of course, everyone could not see the sound of silence because it was colorless and invisible. Jiang Xiao felt that the sound of silence with a diameter of 10 meters was constantly shrinking, and finally shrinking to a diameter of 50 centimeters. This is simply the range of the silver quality blessing light pillar. So, sound of silence can be changed from a simple range skill to a single target skill. In that case, Jiang Xiao can use sound of silence on that area when Xia Yin rushes and kills outside, right? Can he single target the enemies around her? Huh. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips excitedly and thought, time could be controlled too? In the past, Jiang Xiao would have to wait for 10 seconds for the sound of silence to disappear on its own. Now, the maximum duration was still 10 seconds, but Jiang Xiao could freely control time within those 10 seconds and retract the sound of silence at any time. Jiang Xiao thought about it and flew 20 meters away from everyone. He then took off the sea engulfing robe and threw it aside. I'll test it out. You don't have to suffer with me. The sea engulfing robe circled around Jiang Xiao, but it was still draped over his body. Seeing this scene, Xia Yin couldn't help but tug at the collar of her cloak. Learn from him. The sea engulfing soul was speechless. Feeling rather helpless, Jiang Xiao threw a star's great silence at his feet. Damn it, this feeling. Comfortable. The star power is going berserk. Oh my god, me? Am I going to explode? Jiang Zhao's body trembled violently, but under the effect of confinement, his movements were very slow. Hence, he was trembling in slow motion, which made him look rather creepy. Jiang Xiao followed the principle of Shennong, tries all kinds of herbs. In order to make better use of his star techniques, he definitely had to understand the effects of his own star techniques. After experiencing the top-notch sound of silence, Jiang Xiao did not forget his purpose. He tried to restrain the sound of silence, but he was thinking too much. Putting aside the fact that the star power in his body was going berserk, even if it wasn't, he wouldn't be able to mobilize any star power or cast any star techniques. Restrain the sound of silence? Wishful thinking. 10 seconds later, Jiang Xiao slowly sat down and his face turned pale. He turned to look at Xia Yin and said, do you want to try star silence? Xia Yin thought of Jiang Zhao's contorted face and trembling body just now and shook her head like a rattle drum. Friends, keep your monthly tickets and vote again at 12 p.m. There will be a double event tomorrow. Birthday celebration tomorrow at 8 p.m. Chapter 966. Since the trip to the Shadow Cave was a complete success, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin went back to train. On the 14th of August, Jiang Xiao teleported to Shudu City, Zhongyuan province, which he had previously opened a map of. He bought a train ticket with his mobile phone and then booked a ride online in the wilderness. I've added so much money. Are you coming? Where? Why would you go against money? Jiang Shao could teleport all the way to Luo E City, but after all, the domestic regulations were strict. Besides, Jiang Zhao's identity was also there. Unless he encountered a special situation, Jiang Shao was still willing to control himself. The high-speed train from Sioux City to Luoyi City only took a little more than an hour, so they arrived very quickly. This time, there was someone to pick them up. When Jiang Shao walked out of the station wearing a cap with a bamboo pattern printed on it, a mask, a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, a young man with short hair, a slender figure, and a rather delicate appearance hurriedly walked up to him. His body was trembling with excitement, and even his voice was trembling. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Shao had already contacted Yi Qingchun and knew that someone was coming to pick him up. He raised his head slightly and blinked at the 9-meter-tall young man. The young man introduced, I'm Chun Lingtao. I'm here to bring you to the Yi family. Oh, Jiang Shao nodded. Lead the way. The two of them got into a car, and to Jiang Zhao's surprise, the kid who looked like a high school student turned out to be the driver. Jiang Shao sat quietly in the back seat. After the car drove out of the high-speed rail station, Jiang Shao asked, Do you have a driver's license? Chun Lingtao glanced at the rearview mirror and said, Yeah, I just look a little young. I'm already an adult. I'm in my second year of high school this year, and I'll be in my third year when school starts. Jiang Shao, didn't they say that the Yi family was a big family? Why did they send a high school student to pick them up? Chun Lingtao continued that Yi Qingchun is my elder sister. She is the granddaughter of my great-aunt. My grandmother and Yi Qingchun's grandmother are sisters. Jiang Shao said, Oh. Chun Lingtao scratched his head like a madman. He couldn't even continue the conversation. That's not right. Was there something wrong with the way he opened it? Wasn't God, Pi, very mischievous? Why was it different from what was shown on TV? Chun Lingtao continued, I'm a shield warrior. Jiang Shao said, Oh. Chun Lingtao said, My star map is a spiked armor, and I have 27 star slots. Jiang Shao said, Oh. Chun Lingtao, the car drove for more than an hour, and the two people in the car did not speak again. Jiang Shao felt that this kid was unreliable. Was he heading all the way north to Shanjin province? When the car got off the highway and entered a toll booth, Jiang Shao was a little dumbfounded. This toll station's name, Yi County? Is this for real? Jiang Shao finally took the initiative to ask, Yi County? Chun Lingtao immediately perked up and quickly replied, I heard it was originally Yi Village. In the middle of the last century, after China was founded, it slowly developed and evolved into the current Yi County. Jiang Shao was amazed. The streets along the way were very modern, but the car drove all the way to the suburbs and finally stopped in front of a huge courtyard. Jiang Shao almost thought that he had traveled back to ancient times. He didn't expect to see a Sihiyuan here. Well, it wasn't accurate to call it a Sihiyuan. It should be a huge martial arts arena. While in the car, Jiang Shao could hear the sounds of killing. There were 5 or 6 people standing in front of the gate of the courtyard, led by a middle-aged man in his 50s. There were a few people standing behind him, including Yi Qingchun, whom Jiang Shao was familiar with. Jiang Shao suddenly regretted it. He was dressed too casually. Feeling vexed, Jiang Shao took off his hat and mask, opened the door, and got out of the car. Pippi, Yi Qingchun stood on his tiptoes and waved at Jiang Shao with excitement written all over his face. Ahem. The middle-aged man with gray hair coughed softly. Yi Qingchun hurriedly put down his hand and pursed his lips, looking submissive. Jiang Shao didn't know how to greet him either. After all, the buildings there were rather quaint, and the middle-aged man was dressed in a white shirt, just like an old man who practiced Tai Chi in the square. Jiang Shao stepped forward and had no idea how to greet him. Hence, he had no choice but to greet him. Hello, hello. This is my second uncle, Yi Xiao. Yi Qingchun stepped forward and introduced him. Jiang Shao looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who had gray hair and a beard. His eyes were bright and piercing, and he looked rather sage-like in his white Tai Chi attire. Jiang Shao said, "Hello, Mr. Yi." Yi Xiao cupped his fist at Jiang Shao and said politely, "Welcome, Mr. Jiang. Apologies for not going out to meet you. Please." Yi Xiao then took a step back and gestured for Jiang Shao to enter. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly, feeling a little awkward. Soon, someone looked at him and calmed him down. He turned his head and saw a man with braids. The man was about 30 years old and was also dressed in a white martial arts attire. There seemed to be no emotions in his eyes, and he had braids on his face. There was also some stubble on his face. At this moment, he was hugging his chest and leaning against the door frame with a tang sword in his arms. He was looking at Jiang Shao silently. When he noticed that Jiang Shao was looking at him, a glint flashed in his emotionless eyes. On the other hand, Jiang Shao only felt a faint sense of hostility. Yi Qingchun leaned over and whispered, "This is my dagger master, Yi Tenghui." Everyone strode in, and Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted amidst the shouts. In a huge martial arts arena, there was a group of star warriors practicing martial arts with sticks in their hands. There were at least 1,000 of them. The scale was a little too large. Judging from the massive star power fluctuations in the arena, Jiang Shao knew that they were definitely star warriors. Besides, Jiang Shao didn't see any teenagers. Most of the people there were young and strong, with an average age of 24 or 25 years old. Judging from the fluctuations of star power, most of them were in the galaxy stage and had yet to enter the starfall stage. So, this is a class for adults? Mr. Jiang, second uncle, Yi Xiao suddenly said. Jiang Shao turned around and asked, "Huh?" Yi Xiao led Jiang Shao to the martial arts arena and towards the hall in front. He said, "Yi Qingchun's father is tied up with work and can't rush back. You're all soldiers. I think you should be able to understand." "Oh, it's all right, I understand." Jiang Shao knew that Yi Qingchun's father was the boss of the Mountain Shattering Army, but Yi Qingchun didn't reveal his exact position. The Mountain Shattering Army had a lot of work to do since the dimensional spaces were opening up frequently. If there was a saying that every profession has its own specialization, then the Mountain Shattering Army specialization was to destroy dimensional spaces and holy ground. Everyone took a seat in the house and chatted for a while. Jiang Shao got more and more excited as he listened to the uniform shouts outside. He felt that he had returned to the Yi Gu Pagoda and the ancient city that was filled with shouts and killing. They decided on the apprenticeship tomorrow, and second uncle Yi Xiao suddenly changed the topic. He smiled and asked, "Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this kid?" "Huh?" Jiang Shao looked in the direction that Yi Xiao was pointing and saw Chen Lingtao, who had just picked him up. Jiang Shao suddenly understood. Was that an interview? He was here to recruit Yi Qingchun. Was he going to give him another disciple? Jiang Shao looked him up and down and said politely, "He's tall and strong, very talented, and has a pair of sharp eyes. He looks good." Chen Lingtao was obviously still a high school kid. After hearing Jiang Zhao's polite compliment, he clenched his fists in excitement. Yi Qingchun, who was sitting at the side, glared at Chen Lingtao. "Ha ha!" Yi Xiao stroked his beard and laughed heartily. He nodded and said, "Mr. Jiang, you could take a look at this kid's combat skills. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, only Yi Qingchun and this kid are worthy." Although the crowd was around the same age as Yi Qingchun, none of them dared to refute Yi Xiao's words, nor did they express any objections. It was obvious that Yi Qingchun was the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the Yi family. As the runner-up of the World Cup, Yi Qingchun was the leader of the younger generation of the Yi family. In fact, he was the leader of the younger generation of the Yi family. However, Jiang Shao changed the topic and turned to look at the weathered man who was leaning against the window in the distance. Jiang Shao stood up and said, "Sir, it seems like you have something to say." From the moment he alighted from the car, Jiang Shao felt a pair of cold eyes locked onto him. The middle-aged man who used to lean against the doorframe and carry the tang sword was still hiding in the dark and staring at Jiang Xiao quietly. It was Yi Tenghui, Yi Qingqian's dagger master. Jiang Xiao could tell that his main weapon was the Tang sword. Perhaps his dagger skills were better than his dagger skills? However, it was clear that Yi Qingqian did not learn the Tang sword from him. Instead, with the help of his family members, Yi Qingqian forcibly obtained the recordings of Jiang Zhao's competitions and analyzed his moves frame by frame. With the help of the Grimace Monk, Yi Qingqian mastered the Tang sword technique. Jiang Zhao's mind raced as he secretly speculated that Yi Tenghui was a little hostile towards him because of this. Yi Tenghui crossed his arms in front of his chest and hugged the Tang sword. He leaned against the window sill and said calmly, "I only speak with my sword." At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was far more solemn than the atmosphere in the training field outside. There were no sounds of fighting, but the battle intent seemed to be stronger than outside. Yi Xiao frowned slightly and berated, "Tenghui." Jiang Xiao turned around to look at Yi Qingqian, who was seated at the side in front of many senior brothers and junior brothers. On the other hand, Yi Qingqian looked at Jiang Xiao apologetically. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and turned to look at the weathered man who was carrying the Tang sword. "Speak with my sword?" Sounds so domineering, Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said softly, "Don't I speak with my mouth?" Yi Tenghui was speechless. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, "Are you the legendary sharp-tongued person?" Yi Tenghui was dumbfounded. There will be 2 updates at 12 p.m. later. Leave the monthly vote for after 12 p.m. Chapter 967. Second Uncle Yi Jibin presided over the conversation in the hall, so no one dared to cause any trouble. Jiang Xiao was arranged to stay nearby. The huge training field was surrounded by single-story houses, so it wasn't strange for him to stay there. After all, he had already gotten used to the style in the alien planet. What was worth mentioning was that Jiang Xiao asked Yi Qingqian for a Tai Chi suit. He was going to wear it more formally tomorrow, or rather, he was going to blend into the atmosphere of the Yi family martial arts dojo. After settling into a small courtyard, Jiang Xiao asked Chen Lingtao to stay behind and read up on the news about the Yi family. The Yi family was indeed a large family with many branches and leaves. Yi Qingqian's father, Yi Zhizhong, was the eldest in the family and was at the pinnacle of Star Sea Melee Fighter Dojon. He was the deputy commander of the 77th Division of the Central Plains Mountain Shattering Army and was a major general. He had a daughter, Yi Qingqian. Second uncle, Yi Xiao, was at the pinnacle of Star Sea Melee Fighter Dojon. He didn't join the army, but opened more than 10 martial arts dojos scattered across the Central Plains province. However, because he got married too late, his 2 sons were only 13 years old. Third uncle, Yi Jiying, was an ordinary person who hadn't awakened a star map and was a businessman. Chen Lingtao didn't know what kind of business Yi Jiying had. He only knew that his aunt was rich. According to Chen Lingtao, after Chen Lingtao paid his respect to his aunt every new year, he would be able to earn a whole year's worth of pocket money. Chen Lingtao only knew that his fourth uncle, Yi Jijia, was a member of the Guardians of the Night and the Light Chasing Group. Chen Lingtao didn't know anything about his specific position or personal strength. According to Chen Lingtao, he only remembered seeing his fourth uncle a few times when he was young. He hadn't seen him home for at least a decade. That was only in the generation of Yi Qingqian's father. Yi Qingqian's grandmother had 3 older brothers and 1 younger sister. This densely packed family tree, from these 5 seniors down, began to grow branches and leaves, forming a huge network. When Chen Lingtao left, he said that he was qualified to pick Jiang Xiao up because he was ranked first among the 17 awakened of the same generation. Jiang Xiao understood what Chen Lingtao meant. Chen Lingtao said that he was qualified to take him in. To put it bluntly, Chen Lingtao was giving him a chance to see if he could become Yi Qingqian's disciple. Jiang Xiao felt that it was a little troublesome. Chen Lingtao's father was not in the military, but his father was a high-ranking official of Zhongyuan Province's Commerce City. Jiang Xiao frowned and realized that the problem was not simple. With his father's position, how could the young master of this family come to pick him up alone and act as a driver? Even if Chun Lingtao was a humble and low-key child in such a dangerous environment, how could Chun Lingtao not have bodyguard around him? Jiang Xiao didn't believe it. The problem was that Jiang Xiao did not find any bodyguards after driving all the way from the station to the county town and then to the martial arts field in the suburbs. Was Jiang Xiao too careless, or was his opponent stronger? Pippi. With a series of knocks on the door, Jiang Xiao heard a familiar voice. Jiang Xiao got up, walked out of the bedroom, walked to the hall, and opened the wooden door. In the small courtyard, Yi Qing-chan was standing there. The buildings around the martial arts field were indeed antique. This world is too magical. I wonder what the planning of this county town is for. Why don't you demolish the bungalows, build new buildings, and sell them for a lot of money? Yet, you leave so many bungalows here. Well, maybe it's because you can't demolish them. Yi Qing-chun held a white Tai Chi suit in his hands and said, "This is the suit you wanted. Come in and take a seat." Jiang Xiao invited Yi Qing-chun into the house, and the two of them sat in the hall. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "You really hit it for me. Is your mother the principal of Yinzhou Star Warrior University?" Yi Qing-chun scratched his head and said softly, "You didn't ask me. Did Tao tell you?" "I crammed up on your family tree. But why didn't she become the principal of Zhongyuan Star Warrior University? Why did she go to Yinzhou Star Warrior University instead?" Yi Qing-chan said, "I still prefer training and fighting. Strength can be achieved with a sword and a spear. As long as I work hard, I can achieve it. As for the rest, it's too complicated." Oh, Jiang Xiao understood what Yi Qing-chan meant and did not continue on the topic. "By the way, shall I take you to see the gift for tomorrow's apprenticeship ceremony?" Yi Qing-chan suddenly stood up excitedly. I don't think it's appropriate." Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "What will others think of me if they find out?" Why care about others? Let's go. Yi Qing-chun grabbed Jiang Xiao's hand and led him to the courtyard. It seemed that she was more relaxed in her own home. The two of them stood in the courtyard, and Yi Qing-chun waved her right hand, causing a space door to open slowly. Jiang Xiao recognized the space door. Clearly, it was the Calamity Ruins. Yi Qing-chun strode in, and half of her body disappeared into the door. She turned around and waved at Jiang Xiao. "Hurry up." Jiang Xiao walked in curiously and saw a real training space. Fitness equipment, weapon racks, arena, shooting range. "What's that? Plum Blossom Steaks?" Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. He followed Yi Qing-chun all the way to the end and arrived in front of a simple stable. Rumble. After a few snorts, the creature lying on its side on the ground felt that someone was coming. It then used all 4 limbs to stand up. It's a foal, but isn't it a little too weak? Why is it sleeping on its side? Yi Qing-chun stepped forward and opened the gate with a loving look in her eyes. Black Ridge Fire Feather. It's a different color. Do you like it? Jiang Xiao frowned and said, "This is the one at the border between the Northern Autonomous Region and Daming Province." Yi Qing-chun knelt down and gently stroked the red foal's head. "Yes, you know your stuff." Of course, Jiang Xiao knew his stuff. Such a thing was rare, even in the current era where dimensional spaces were frequently opened. That was because the Black Ridge dimensional space was only opened at the northernmost border between the Northern Autonomous Region and Daming Province. The conditions for opening the dimensional space were extremely harsh. In the past, the Snow Mountain region that produced the White Mountain Snow Feather was as famous as the Black Ridge dimensional space. They were both extremely rare and precious dimensional spaces. However, as the dimensional spaces were frequently opened, although the Snow Mountain region in Daming Province was still rare, it was no longer as rare as before. On the other hand, the Black Ridge dimensional space remained as rare as before. In other words, even if Jiang Xiao had his Guardian Officer ID, he probably wouldn't be able to enter the dimensional space. Seeing that Jiang Xiao remained silent for a long time, Yi Qing-chun seemed to have realized that Jiang Xiao had only heard of the Black Ridge Fire Feather and had never seen it in real life. There are no pictures of it in textbooks or even on the internet. I Ching took 2 steps back and waved his hand. Nay, the sound of a horse's neighing echoed in the night sky. Jiang Shao turned around and saw a massive creature with a shoulder height of 5 meters and a head height of at least 4 meters. It extended its pitch-black wings and raised its front hooves while neighing at the sky. Its entire body was pitch black, and there was not a single strand of hair out of place. Its huge eyes were burning with crimson flames, and its forehooves were also covered in flame stripes. It was mighty and domineering. Look, this is the normal color. I Ching stepped forward and patted the black ridge fire feather. As the horse's hooves landed, a layer of flames spread out, and the crimson flames on its hooves burned even more vigorously. Roar! At the side, the foal was displeased and also extended its tiny crimson wings. Although it was small, it was domineering. Not only did it provoke Jiang Shao with its voice, but it also charged forward with its head. Really? Him? Really? Mang, are you Xiaoyan? How dare a young foal go head-on against an adult? I Ching got a great shock and hurriedly put away her black ridge fire feather. The foal did not manage to hit anything and began kicking its limbs on the ground. It turned around and glared at I Ching with its eyes that were burning with black flames. Okay, I Ching said as she stepped forward. He could tell that she was getting along well with the foal. Jiang Shao watched silently and thought to himself, it's just like a replica of Baishan Shuyu. Second last Baishan Shuyu was pure white from head to toe, from her mane to her wings. Only her eyes were blue and her body was covered in frost. She was noble and holy. I Ching black ridge fire feather was pitch black and its eyes and hooves were burning with flames. It was mighty and domineering. On the other hand, I Ching's gift was red. It was so red that it looked like the clouds that were being roasted by the blazing sun. It was so hot and dazzling. Its eyes and forehooves were burning with pitch-black flames. It was too beautiful to behold. I Ching said, most of the black ridge fire feathers are as black as ink. There are also some that are gray, brown, but they are relatively rare. However, this is my first time seeing one that is as red as the sun. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. Is this the first time you've seen such a dazzling charcoal color? Me? It's the first time I've seen a creature like the black ridge fire feather. I Ching continued. It's a platinum quality creature and has 3-star techniques. The first star technique is flaming wind, which can emit scorching winds and heat waves by flapping its wings to burn the enemy. The second star technique is firestorm, which can create a huge whirlpool of flames that can burn and tear the enemy apart. The third star technique is Heart of Nature, which can increase one's resistance to all star techniques of the Nature series. Jiang Shao nodded. They were basically cousins of Baishan Shuyu. One of them was an ice element, while the other was a fire element. However, both of them used to be very rare. At this moment, fire element star techniques were much more precious than ice element star techniques. The rarer something was, the greater its value. Pippi, do you like it? I Ching asked as she looked at Jiang Shao with her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Shao could tell from her previous actions and expressions that I Ching really liked the black ridge fire plume. He reckoned that the Yi family was definitely willing to part with such a rare star pet as a gift for him to become his disciple. Of course, Jiang Shao wouldn't be a disappointment. He nodded repeatedly and said, I like it. I like it very much. Although he said that, Jiang Shao sighed in his heart. He wasn't too sure if he should accept this star pet normally. He should be a dragon rider. Of course, most dragons were arrogant, and Jiang Shao had analyzed it before. In the dragon cave, the crystal dragon was the only one that Little Candle could rely on. As for the other dragons that were independent, it was impossible for Jiang Shao to risk Little Candle's life by relying on the dragon creatures. Going for wool and coming home shorn, this sort of thing must never happen to him. Once Little Candle was gone, the other star beasts in his star map, including the humming bear, the humming whale, and the sea-devouring robe, would all be gone. This wasn't a joke. The current situation in front of Jiang Shao was he had the sea-devouring robe, which was enough for him to go to the sky and dive into the sea. He didn't really need the Black Ridge fire feather that could fly. The treasures of others were useless to Jiang Shao, and he felt rather helpless about it. Jiang Shao squatted down and carefully stroked the Black Ridge fire feather's head. A message appeared in his internal star map. Black Ridge fire feather cub, mutated, charcoal red, diamond quality. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Diamond quality? Shouldn't it be platinum? No wonder you've only seen black, gray, and brown ones, but never charcoal red. It's because this is a mutated one. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and he said in a trembling voice, "Qing Chen, where did you catch this little fella?" I Ching Chen said, "The holy ground." It wasn't bred naturally. It jumped out of the holy ground. If the Guardians of the Night hadn't discovered it in time, this little fellow would have been torn to pieces by the adult fire feather. Thank you again for the 200,000 renminbi reward. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your support. There were more chapters after that. Chapter 968. Black Ridge Fire Feather Cub, mutated, charcoal red, diamond quality, star technique. 1. Flaming wind. Condenses star power and releases a gust of wind mixed with flames to blow and burn the enemy. Platinum quality, upgradable. 2. Firestorm. Summons a firestorm that forms a rapidly spinning flame vortex that causes great damage to all targets in a certain area. Diamond quality, upgradable. 3. Heart of Nature. Get close to nature and integrate with nature. Increases resistance to star techniques of various natures. Diamond quality, upgradable. 4. Fierce Spirit. Maximizes the fierceness and spirituality of the Fire Feather clan and can communicate with its owner telepathically. Every time the Fire Feather clan encounters a desperate situation, their blood will boil and they will spit out scorching flames from their mouths to burn everything in the world. Unknown quality, exclusive to mutated Fire Feather, cannot be upgraded. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Oh my god, this characteristic is amazing. It can communicate with its owner telepathically. Jiang Shao had experienced it before. The sea-devouring soul had given Jiang Shao all the best experiences. Hence, Jiang Shao understood what telepathic connection meant. So, is this a mutated Star Beast cub that jumped down from the upper dimension? Or is it a mutated Black Ridge Fire Feather that was projected from the different dimensions? If it's the latter, this mutated little fellow is still of diamond quality after going through the layers of projections? In that case, it's likely to be of star quality, right? Jiang Shao had yet to encounter a star beast that had not been weakened in the slightest. Jiang Shao gently stroked the Black Ridge Fire Feather's mane and asked softly, "Does it have a name?" I Ching Chan froze for a moment and said, "You name it, of course." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "I'll give you the authority." I Ching Chen's face lit up with joy. "Really?" Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and looked at I Ching Chan smilingly. "You name it." I Ching Chan licked her lips excitedly. Such an expression was rare, and Jiang Shao was once again certain of her love for this star pet. I Ching Chan bent down and rubbed the Black Ridge Fire Feather's head gently. "Let's call it Red Rabbit." Jiang Shao was speechless. I Ching Chan raised his head and looked at Jiang Shao. "All right." Jiang Shao nodded silently. Okay. I'll listen to you. I don't want to be Jiang Fengxian either. But our allies are too awesome. The only Black Ridge Fire Feather in the world was given to Jiang Shao by the Yi family. Wasn't this sending Jiang Shao to Baimin Tower? Before going to White Gate Tower, Jiang Shao planned to ride on Fire Feather to visit the young Father Sea. Of course, jokes aside, there was one problem that could never be solved. Even if the Black Ridge Fire Feather was mutated and of diamond quality, it was still of little value to Jiang Shao. Their functions overlapped. Jiang Zhao's black and white candle was already of the platinum quality, and there was still room for him to rely on other star beasts. Upgrading Little Candle to the diamond quality would basically be the ceiling, because Jiang Xiao no longer had the ability to use skill points to upgrade Little Candle to the star quality. Jiang Xiao couldn't get that many skill points. He no longer had the money to pay for his children's education or even to feed them. That also meant that Jiang Xiao had at most 2 star pets left. Do I really have to absorb this horse? It was worth noting that the mutated Black Ridge Fire Feather star technique had also been upgraded by 1 level. In particular, the Firestorm star technique turned out to be of diamond quality. It was so tempting. Besides, the star technique of Heart of Nature was of diamond quality. The Black Ridge Fire Feather and Baishan Snow Feather were both godly pets with high defense and high vitality. Now, the diamond quality Heart of Nature. However, even so, the Black Ridge Fire Feather overlapped with Jiang Zhao's other star pets in terms of functionality and output star techniques. Should I give it to Xia Yin? That would work too. Jiang Xiao had a great time riding second last Xiao 2. If Xia Yin could successfully absorb it, Jiang Xiao would be able to ride it for the rest of his life. However, Jiang Xiao felt that Xia Yin should be paired with a dragon. Huh? Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Don't I have Bait? Should I let Bait develop a relationship with this little guy and let Bait absorb it as a star pet? Well, that's a good choice. In particular, for highly intelligent creatures like Black Ridge Fire Feather, the probability of absorption would be greatly increased if both parties could reach consensus. He could tell from the characteristics of the Black Ridge Fire Feather that it had spirituality. Since it could communicate telepathically with its owner, its intelligence would definitely be high. If Bait could successfully absorb it, the horse and Bait would be telepathically connected, and the Bait would be Jiang Xiao himself. Hence, there wouldn't be any delays at all. Yes, I have to think about this matter carefully. I can't make a decision easily. While stroking the soft red mane of the Black Ridge Fire Feather, Jiang Xiao secretly thought about a plan. Should I give it to Xia Yin or Bait? Or should I absorb it myself and let Little Candle rely on it? The two of them played with the Black Ridge Fire Feather for a while, after which Yi Qingshun made a new bed for the Black Ridge Fire Feather and helped it lie down on its side to sleep. Jiang Xiao was stunned and thought to himself, she's so sloppy when she's sleeping. There's no one else like her. Let's go back, Yi Qingshun said softly as he walked out carefully. Looking at how considerate Yi Qingshun was and how he made the bed for the foal, Jiang Xiao only had 2 words in his mind: a good wife and a loving mother. The two of them walked out of the gates of the Shadow Ruins and returned to Jiang Zhao's courtyard. However, they paused for a moment. As the gates of the Shadow Ruins closed, the two of them looked behind them at the same time. Under the moonlight, they saw a man with braided hair and a weathered face leaning against the wall. He was holding a tang sword and had his head lowered. That was way too stylish, wasn't it? Master. Yi Qingshun stuttered as he spoke. Teng Hui nodded and finally raised his head. He looked at Jiang Xiao from afar with his pitch-black eyes. The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became solemn. Yi Qingshun walked over hurriedly. Master, it's so late. Why are you here? Teng Hui reached out and stroked his ponytail. I'm here to pay a visit to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Xiao seemed to be unaware of the tense atmosphere in the courtyard. He waved at Teng Hui and said, Good evening, Knife Mouth. Yi Qingshun's expression immediately turned ugly. She already knew what was going to happen, but Jiang Zhao's response was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Teng Hui was Yi Qingshun's master with a dagger. Their relationship was purely that of a master and disciple. Due to the huge age difference, Yi Qingshun only respected Teng Hui. She could not act like Jiang Xiao and get closer to Teng Hui as peers and national teammates. All of a sudden, Yi Qingshun did not know what to do. Teng Hui said, Mr. Jiang has fought overseas and won glory for the country. Everyone can see how skilled he is. This time, I have no other intentions than to exchange pointers with you, Mr. Jiang. Although Jiang Xiao was temporarily staying there, the current situation was no different from being blocked at his doorstep. Jiang Xiao shook his head and smiled. Qingshun, go and get me a heavenly halberd. Yi Qingshun's expression changed. She opened her mouth, but did not say anything. Teng Hui's voice sounded again. I would like to exchange pointers with Mr. Jiang. Jiang Xiao shook his head. I'm here to teach I Ching Chun the heavenly halberd technique. It's a good opportunity for her to watch and learn from an expert. I Ting Hui nodded and said, if that's the case, we should use the weapons we're good at. You taught her the heavenly halberd, but she's best at the heavenly halberd. I taught her the dagger, but she's best at the tang sword. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. I Ching Chun was really having a hard time. She only had 2 masters in total. In the end, she did not even learn the skills that her masters were best at. I Tung Hui looked at Jiang Xiao from afar and said, there are weapons in the training ground. Mr. Jiang, please. As he spoke, I Ting Hui leaped up and landed on the roof. He unsheathed his tang saber. His ghostly figure drew a platinum glow under the night sky. His figure disappeared in an instant. Pippi, I Ching Chun called out anxiously. Jiang Zhao's figure had also disappeared. I Ching Chun hurriedly arrived at the training ground. He saw Jiang Xiao standing in front of the weapon rack and pulling out 2 tang swords. I Tung Hui was also standing in front of a weapon rack and pulling out a tang sword. Beneath his feet was a broken tang sword. I Ching Chun stomped her feet anxiously. What should I do? At night, the training ground was no longer in an orderly formation. There were only a few pairs of disciples sparring with each other. When they saw I Ching Chun and I Ching Chun choosing their weapons, they immediately became excited. The news spread like wildfire, and in next to no time, the large martial arts practice field was completely surrounded. Torches were erected one after another, illuminating the martial arts practice field. Jiang Xiao was still a little confused. Although the buildings were ancient, there wasn't even a spotlight. This feels so good. Jiang Xiao looked at the torches around him and suddenly felt like he was in an ancient battlefield. Both sides would fight for 300 rounds without a clear winner. Then, they would continue to fight one-on-one at night. Mr. Jiang, please. I Tung Hui spun the tang, sword in his hand, and bowed slightly. The flickering light from the torch shone on Jiang Zhao's body, making his eyes look like they were mixed with light and darkness. Jiang Xiao placed the sword on the ground with his right hand and pointed it at I Tung Hui with his left hand. I Tung Hui smiled and said, come. The first and second chapter of the birthday celebration. Everyone, go to sleep after reading this chapter. I'm going to work tonight to pay my respects. I'll continue at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Please support the Toxic Healer with monthly votes. Top that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.